Hello! Happy Friday, everyone. I hope you're all doing good today. I kind of may or may not have broken my Umineko stream layout because I was unhappy with how it looked for Bloodborne, that I failed to realize that, hey, the way that I have it set up is actually kind of important for Umineko. But that's okay. I think we'll figure it out. I think the chat is just the only thing that's out of place a little bit, so I have to figure out where to place that and how to size it because I don't remember how it was before. But that's okay. Probably. Yeah, I hope you're all doing good today. Hello Miggles, congrats on first. Hello Seriously What the Fuck Club. Hello Panis. Hello Noe. Hello Flufo. Hello Rising. Hello Dip. Hello Talo. Hello Irom. Hello Trace. Hello Blood. Hello Uni. Hello Austin. Hello Amadis. Hello Fita. Hello Nixoni. Hello Lark. Hello Grok. That's a lot of names. Hello everyone. Hello Latai. Hi. We are dead. You died. Also, thank you for the 7 stream streak, Grok. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. I've been, like, pretty much continuously drawing for the past, I want to say, like, few weeks, but honestly, it's been, like, a year at this point. Sometimes there's, like, a few months of break in between, like, 1 or 2 months of a break, and then it's, like, straight to drawing for, like, 16 hours a day, and it's like, oh... Time to roll back the whole computer to last restore point. I don't think there is any backups of my PC. If my PC dies, it's all gone like that. It's all gone. Nothing you can do. What did you draw? I've talked about this like a couple of times. I've been trying to like come up with a design for myself for like the future. Since like my current design, I like it, but I never designed it myself. Like aside from the slightly different eye color and like the flappy hair pieces. I didn't really design anything about this character, and I kind of wanted to have something that has that is actually got my voice, hold on. That is actually made for me, you know? Like this hole is made for me, but this design is made for me, and like I actually had a big say in what it looks like, and I'm not trying to like make the things that I like work around the overall design, if that makes sense. And I've been trying to do that for like the past year or so, and I think, finally, I kind of have something that I like. This chapter will end with everyone happy, I'm sure of it. Sure, definitely. I wonder how long this chapter will be. I have a feeling that episode 3 will not be that long for some reason. It doesn't feel like it's going to be that long because we kind of skipped a lot of the intro, but maybe the messed up things will be a little bit longer. How do you sit for 16 hours without any back pain? You kind of just switch positions a lot. I will draw for a couple hours on my chair. I usually have my legs up, so I'm kind of like, I don't know, rolled into a ball, sort of. Then I move to the couch and I can stretch out my legs, and I can sometimes lay down and draw, and I'll move and to get up from chairs and draw while standing. So I don't know. It kind of works itself out. But then again, I also just have kind of chronic back pain, so I'm used to the pain, so maybe don't take advice from someone who already has a bunch of pain due to medical circumstances. I don't know. I just have continuous pain, but I don't know if the drawing in weird positions for 16 hours makes the pain any worse. It's continuously bad. Also, hello, Garam. Welcome in. Hello. Can we have a peek? Let me look at it. let me look at it for a second. Is this something I want to it's not done. I have like some issues with showing off my own drawings. Let me finish it. Hopefully this weekend, and then maybe by Sunday I can show you something. I don't have to show you the whole thing, just like a little bit. Maybe. We'll see. I don't promise anything. Also, thank you for the 80 stream streak, Vita. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. At the end of this chapter, Batara and Beato will get married, have 5 kids, and Batara will still be a perv. I can see that. Legs up, like L? I don't know what you mean by L, but I just kind of... I have them... Like, I'm basically hugging my legs, except for I'm not hugging them, but I'm using them to prop up my iPad. Oh yeah, that's also an important thing. I don't have to sit at my desk because I have an iPad and that lets me move around a lot. If I had to draw on my desk, I'd probably die after a few hours. This episode is just cutting to the meat of the meal and it'll be a giant anime bone in one. Delicious. You have to use a standing desk because I get real awful back pain and headaches if I sit down for too long. I technically have a standing desk, but I'm gonna be so honest with you. I think I haven't used the standing function in like a year. I used to use it a lot back when I had my old desk that I actually had to manually like move the little stick to get the desk to go up. And it was actually kind of exhausting. So I got an electrical one that I can just hold a button. And I was like, oh, that's gonna make me use it even more. Except I don't use it at all anymore for some reason. But I also got a new ergonomic chair, and this one is so comfortable that I don't really feel the need to do that very often. But I also just sit cross-legged basically the entire time that I'm at my desk streaming. Sometimes I'll stretch out my legs, especially like during ad breaks. I'll move around and like stretch. But I don't know, the majority of the time I'm sitting cross-legged on my chair, and it's kind of nice. I got this chair specifically to do that because it doesn't have like the arm rests of doom that kind of, I don't know, restrict your leg movement. Also, did I say hello to you yet, Lark? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Hello, Lark. Hope you're doing good today. Sometimes the days blur and I don't really know who I've seen today or who I haven't seen. Also, thank you for the 60 stream streak. 2 months of Matsuri Bayashi. What was Matsuri Bayashi again? Which chapter was that? Matsuri... Oh, that was the last one. Okay. I don't have anything else to talk about. I was just drawing the whole time. And I'm actually kind of happy about it. I think that's what I wanted to say. That's all. I've been kind of obsessing over it and being like, oh, I don't know what I want in a design. And then I asked someone to help me out with a design, and they basically designed a whole outfit for me, and I was like, oh, thank you. And from there, I was like, oh, is there anything I want to change in terms of like shapes and stuff? And I've been thinking about it for like months and months and months at this point, and I think I'm getting to something that I like, and it's okay. It looks a lot like how I currently look, but just slightly different. There are some slight differences here and there, and I think I'll be a little bit happier with that in the end, but we'll see. Who knows what'll happen? What are days anyhow? What are days? I got here for the final confrontation. Hello, little crew. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Nipa! Meep Nipa to you too. Okay, let me switch to the game now. Okay, I don't know what size the chat had before. I'm hoping that this is the correct size-ish. And since I changed everything kind of looks... Oh, no, this is not right. This is not right. Hold on. There we go. That's better. I'm blocking you now. Hee hee hee. Let me do this. My mind has been so filled with Bloodborne that I don't actually know where we left off. I think this was the feminism chapter where we just had Eva where we just had her kind of crash out at her misogynistic family. What's new? And I think we learned a lot about Kinzo or well, not that much, but we got a little bit more information in regards to Kinzo and Beato's past. And them like basically speculating that he could be having Beato as his mistress for all of their childhood years, and that he would sometimes disappear for hours on end and stuff like that. That's, I think, the last thing that I remember. I don't really know if there was anything else that I'm forgetting that was like really important. You thought about making the new outfit just Joji's date fit. Yeah, I'm gonna have Tomitaka Flash on my very low cut tank top. That's my new outfit, my new design for the future. You know it. We left off when Hideyoshi used torches to drive the beasts away. Yeah, I was like, damn, wait, did that actually happen? Bloodborne has been taking over my mind. I don't know why. It's kind of funny because I was watching Ray stream a retro game after he was streaming like only Dark Souls for like weeks and weeks on end. And he was like, oh no, if I start talking about Dark Souls, it'll consume my mind and I'll not be able to talk about anything else. And then I took a break from watching the stream. And like 2 hours in, he starts the game and I'm like, what? I think he ended up talking about Dark Souls maybe. And that's kind of how I feel about Bloodborne. I was like reading up, reading up on some lore, and I was like, oh my god, I'm going insane. It kind of does that to you for some reason. Being mean to Rosa, yeah, we've had a lot of that too. It has youth and past. And present, even. I had to sleep after Rom, I don't even know how to say it. Vacuous spider? I don't know. Yeah, well, I beat Rom, so that's the most important part. Also, I ended the stream yesterday saying that I beat 2 bosses, but I beat 3 bosses. I beat Rom, then I beat the newborn, whatever, and then I beat Mikolash. So I actually did really good progress yesterday, even though I ended up, you know, throwing myself off a bridge, but let's not talk about that. Do we have enough blood vials to beat Beato today? Yeah, we have around 20. That should be enough. The final boss. Dark Souls consumed him. He's gone hollow now. I don't know if that's a good thing. Cause, or some say cosm. You know, that line was in my brain this whole morning. I was like, cause, or some say cosm. I kept like repeating that to myself the whole time. And I was like going insane. And then I ended up looking up what is cause, or some say cosm. And like literally in that subreddit, everyone started their reply with cause, or some say cosm. It's so good. I had a good time. That was really funny. The Nightmare Reborn? It's kind of hard for me to remember. It was like some skeleton popping out of something that had like a bajillion asses, a bajillion legs. It was kind of a creature. It was amazing watching you lose your mind listening to him. It was really good. Yeah, that was pretty funny. It was really good. Eyes, grant us eyes. But yeah, I think I have like a general understanding of what is happening in Bloodborne. I don't really know the whole depth of it all. I only have a very vague understanding, but I also read that maybe this doesn't have to make as much sense as I would like it to. It's eldritch horror after all, so after all, it doesn't have to make that much sense, because why should it? It is very fantastical in nature. So I think if I have a general understanding of what's happening, I'm already happy-ish, even though I am confused for the last portion that I spent the last stream in, but we'll get there. This is not about Bloodborne though. Oh my god, I have to stop myself. Let me see. Oh yeah, they're talking. Yeah, that was the last thing that they were talking about. Beato being Kinzo's secret mistress. And then I think they wanted to recap the history of the Ushiromiya family. So we kind of left in the middle of the chapter. Okay, let me get a sip in and then I can start reading. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and father was set up as the Ushiromiya family head against his will. He didn't want it. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. Oh yeah, I mentioned it in the Discord, but I was watching someone play, I forgot the whole title of the game, Mega Man X something. And there was a character called Sigma, and I immediately heard Kinzo's voice, and I had a blast. Every line that character said, I had to laugh so hard, because I just imagined Ushiromiya Kinzo yelling and, I don't know, screaming, which he always does, but you know, in a different way. It was kind of cool. In other words, it could mean that Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. If she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now the person registered as his true wife was already dead. Time to remarry.
となると、財産権どころか、家督争いにも食い込む気満々ってことになるで。
Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship too. It is time for your Mega Man X-Zero arc. I do actually have a big interest in it. Since I watched, again, Ray, I really enjoy watching his streams, but he was also playing a Mega Man game. I think Mega Man 7? But yeah, it looked very fun.
なるほどな。
I see.
この手紙の趣旨が少しだけ見えてきたよ。
I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter.
碑文の謎を解く者に家督を。
The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph.
そういう意味か。
Is that what it means?
仮にその愛人が後ろ宮家に序列を得ていたとしても、その序列はお父様の血を直接引かない以上、子供に劣る。
Even if that mistress was added into the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of father, so she'd be inferior even to the children.
つまり、序列はローザより一つ下ね。
In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank.
とても家督争いに加われるようなレベルじゃないわ。
That wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for headship from.
そういうことか。
I see, so that's it.
魔女の碑文を解けば、序列に関係なく家督が告げる。
If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank.
つまり、全く可能性のないベアトリーチェにとって、最も有利な条件ってわけだ。
In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushiromiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kinzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kinzo never loved. That is actually kind of messed up. How could you be so impudent?
仮に愛人が実在したとしても、当主継承権を争うなど、身の程をわきまえぬ暴挙です。
Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on the battle for the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place.
なんという身の程知らず。
What a disregard for her own position. It's interesting how the siblings don't seem to feel that much about her mother. Eva just says that she's pitiful. They don't really talk about her too much, except for the whole fact that Kinzo never loved her and that he had a mistress and that she was kind of freaking out over it. That's all we really know about her. Natsuhi turned red, her fist quivering. She had also come into the Ushiromiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife.
まあその暴挙のおかげで私たちにも公平にチャンスがあるわけなんだけどねえ
Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right?
それにお父様はこの暴挙を黙認されている
Father has even given it his silent approval.
後ろ宮家を継ぐのは愛人ベアトリーチェか愛はなくとも血を受け継ぐ私たちか
Will the person who succeeds the Ushiromiya family be his mistress Beatrice, or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love?
それを争わせて確かめたいというのでしょうね
Maybe he wants to make a struggle over that to see who's worthy. Doesn't love his wife, doesn't love his children. Only Beato. I get it. Hello, Flea Flicker. And will give their whole gold collection to their side bae before their children. Well, technically it belonged to her in the first place, so... Maybe it's best to just be forgotten in this story, actually. It's probably best to just be dead before all of this transpires. How did Kinzo give his agreement? Over what exactly? As Eva giggled roguishly, Klaus shrugged his shoulders and looked away.
でもその条件を向こうが出してきたということは
However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first
向
place,
こうは十分な勝算があるということじゃないのかしら
maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage.
それもそうや
That's right.
第一ベアトリーチェはあの手紙の文面通りならお父さんの顧問錬金術師
In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's father's alchemist.
つまり黄金の管理者や
In other words, she's the manager of his gold.
その隠し場所を知っていても何の不思議もないやないか
It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? They went to his room and he didn't scream back. That's good. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They went up to ask him, but he never said anything, apparently. So, yeah, that's literally what Larg said.
こらひどい話やで
Isn't that harsh?
答えを知っている謎々を出してきたも同じや
It's like she's giving us a riddle she knows the answer to.
これでシャーシャーと現れてこれが答えや家督はいただきやでなんて言われたら
She'll probably show up rudely, say, hey, here's the answer. I'll take the headship now.
わしらすべてかっぱらわれちまうわ
And snatch everything away from us. Well, she isn't going to do that because she isn't participating in solving the epitaph. That is your task, not hers.
そうね
That's right.
謎々の出題者は常に正解を知っているものよ
The person who brings up a riddle always knows the
こ
answer.
れは私たちから全てを奪うために作られた罠の可能性が高いわ
There is a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us.
そこまで考えるとそもそも彼女が本当に黄金を持っているかどうかは怪しいと思わんかね
If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place?
なぜ我々にその存在を教える
Why would she tell us about it?
黙って着服すればよい
All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. Yeah, he would know. He has secret gold bars stashed away, and he's embezzling Kinzo's money, allegedly. So yeah, we have the master speaking to us right now. Kinzo mocked him in a previous episode for fighting over his inheritance, if I remember correctly. Yeah, he's kind of enjoying it, I think. This track is really good. Hello, KVC Jazz. Welcome in. Speaking as an expert, Ushiromiya Klaus, embezzlement master. Yeah, the chat widget is kind of in the way of his face. Was it always like that? I don't know. This is too small to read now, isn't it? Ooh. I don't know. Maybe we do it like this, so it covers him a little bit less.
確かに
It really is.
おかしな話だな
Strange. That certainly was the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph, and then plan to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility.
いえ、
No.
チェス盤をひっくり返して考えれば、黄金を実際に持っている可能性は低くないかもしれない。
If you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold.
どうしてそんなことが断言できるのよ。
Why are you so certain? I love how confident Kiria is in everything that she does and says. She's awesome.
待て姉貴。
Wait, Aniki.
キリエ、続きを話してくれ。
Kiria, please keep talking.
どうしてそう思うんだ。
What do you think that?
だって私たちは魔女の碑文なんていう謎々の答えを教えられたくらいで。
After all, do they really think we'll let go of the Ushiromiya family headship?
本気で後宮家の家督を明け渡す気？
Just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph?
謎々の答えに感服して降参を？
That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up?
そらまあそれもそうやな。
Well, that's true.
謎々の答えを教えられたくらいでわしらがあっさり降参して
No way they're so naive that they assumed we just give up after being told the answer to a riddle.
家督をはいどうぞと渡すかっちゅうたらそら甘い話やな。
That we just say, here you go, and hand it over. Chat in NVL mode like OG Umineko. That'd be... I mean, there's like the... is it Nico Nico Doga? Where they have like the chat messages flying over the screen? That'd be a little bit less intrusive, I guess. It's only over the models for like a quick second, and then it disappears. He's asking his non-Oshiromiya wife to say more for the first time ever.
当然です。
Of course.
後宮家の家督をそんな程度のことで譲ることがあるわけがない。
The headship of the Ushiromiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily.
そういうことよ。
That's it
い
exactly.
くらベアトリーチェが一方的にこんなゲームを提案しても、そして見事その答えを示してみせたとしても、
No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer,
私たちは家督を素直に譲るわけもない。
there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship.
つまり私たちがこのゲームに対等な条件で挑まなくてはならないという強制力がない限り、
In other words, unless she has a compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for us all,
このゲームは成立しないのよ。
this won't truly count as a game.
そうだな。
Kitty is just assuming that she's playing fair. Kitty is trying to clinch Beatrice's motives, and she's the only one who's always correct. Hello, Kuro, welcome in. Hope you're doing good today.
負けた時、家督を譲ることに強制力を持たせなきゃ。このゲームは成立しない。
Unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship. Because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. Well, I would say losing your life is kind of a compelling force.
その強制力というのはどういう意味だね。
And what might this compelling force be?
我々を鎖で縛って家督を譲るよう脅迫でもしようというのかね。
Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship?
なるほどね。
I see.
わかったわ。
I get it.
私たちが喜んで家督を放棄したくなるようにすればいいわけね。
They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly.
なるほど。
Yes, I see.
ならば確かにベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っていなければならない。
To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold.
そうか。わしにもわかったで。
I see. I get it too.
つまり取引っちゅうわけやな。
In other words, it's a trade? I'm just melting into my bed. Here it's actually a little cooler today, so I'm really happy about that. Looking for the Persona Nike collab. Oh, that's a thing?
どういう意味ですか？
Huh? What do you mean?
取引？
A trade?
何を？
Trade what?
後ろ宮家の家督と隠し黄金をよ。
The Ushiromiya family headship for the hidden gold.
ベアトリーチェはきっと10トンの黄金の所在を明かし、それで後ろ宮家の家督を買収するつもりなのよ。
Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushiromiya family headship.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
栄光ある後ろ宮家の家督をお金でやり取りしようというのですか？
They want to trade the headship of the glorious Ushiromiya family for money?
冒涜です。
That's blasphemy.
後ろ宮家への冒涜です。
Blasphemy against the Ushiromiya family.
怒らずに聞いて。
Please listen without getting mad.
その栄光ある後ろ宮家には今どの程度の財産があるの？
About how much wealth does this glorious Ushiromiya family have right now?
私たちはそんなにも裕福なの？
Are we really that affluent?
裕福の定義とは財産で決まるのではありません。
The definition of affluence is not dependent on property.
心の持ちようで決まります。
It is about heart.
私たちの財産状況が一体何の？
Our financial situation has nothing to... Well, from that little bit of information, I would say they're not doing so good financially. Hello, Ayo. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. 10 tons of gold would be $1.5 billion today. I would take it. Screw the headship. I would never have to work a day in my life ever again with $1.5 billion. I think I would take that. Just got done making and eating some carbonara. Yummy. Hope you enjoyed it. Natsuhi is so precious. I kind of find it ironic that she's like, oh, it's about the heart, you know? It's basically what Kinzo said to her. Oh, you have the one-winged eagle in your heart. And it means a lot to her. Killing magic is more compelling than gold. They're too pure-hearted. They're not thinking about potentially getting murdered as a trade. Yep, they're broke. I'm rich in my heart. Klaus interrupted Natsuhi as she started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound.
私はともかくお前たちの状況は芳しくないと。
そう。
Sorry, my mouse. I actually have to get a new one because I was scrolling up and it skipped the conversation. I just wanted to mention... Why is this guy doing this? Why is Klaus doing this? And I hate how this, like, next sentence is kind of, like, written from his perspective, almost. I hate it. Anyway, me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable. Oh, really?
兄さんの財政状況だって相当に芳しくないと聞いているわよ。
I've heard that your financial situation's really bad too.
次々担保に入れて新しい博打の掛け金にして。
Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with.
負けを認めないために次々新しい博打に手を出して。
Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses.
内情の話をしたら、この中で兄さんほど火の車の人間は存在しないわ。
If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Are they gonna start blackmailing him now? Give us your money, give us inheritance, or we will tell everyone that you've been breaking the law, embezzling. I can't believe that. He would do something like that.
どれだけ損失を出してんのよ、兄さんは。
Just how much money have you lost, Nissan?
才能ないのよ。
You have no talent.
誰の才能がないというのですか？
Who are you saying has no talent?
言うにことかき、火の車とは。
And what do you mean, financial straits? Natsuki became indignant once more, but Klaus raised his hand again and interrupted her, as he would normally do. This is just his character trait at this point. Interrupt your wife, treat her like garbage, but actually lean on her emotionally, but otherwise never be there for her emotionally ever, and just treat her like garbage.
多少の誤解があるようだ。
It seems you're making a small mistake.
ビジネスは経過で判断できるものではない。
Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone.
私のような長期的視野でのビジネスともなると、
For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself,
時に短い単位期間では一見大きな損失を出しているようにも見えるものだ。
it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses.
兄貴、裏は取れてるんです。
Aniki, we've been collecting evidence.
今は見栄を張ってる場合じゃない。
Your position right now isn't one to be proud of.
つまりキリエはこう言いたいのさ。
So this is what Kitty is trying to say.
俺たちは全員が全員金に困ってる。
Every one of us has got money trouble.
そしてベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っている。
And Beatrice has 10 tons of gold.
ベアトリーチェは自分だけがありかを知る10トンの黄金で私たちに家督を売らせるつもりなのよ。
As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship.
10トンの黄金の価値はどのくらい？
About how much is 10 tons of gold worth?
ざっと見積もって20億？
At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen?
いえ、200億ね。
No, 20 billion yen.
これだけを積まれたら私たちは歓喜して彼女を次期当主に認めるわ。
With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the new successor. Rudolph looks like one of those military commanders from old anime. You know what? I can actually see it, yeah. If he had the evil... Oh, what was Shinji's dad called again? If he had small little round glasses like that had a glare like Joji's glasses, he'd look like Shinji's dad. Gendo, yeah. I fully see that 100%. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. It was probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds.
冗談じゃないわよ。
This isn't funny.
多少お金を積まれたくらいで。
To think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin.
どこの馬の骨とも知れない女に家督を譲るなんて。
Just because she had a little money stored up.
アホ抜かせ。
Don't be stupid.
もともとお前に家督なんぞいかんやないか。
The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right?
わしらは何も失わずに金だけをもらえる話やで。
We've got nothing to lose and money to gain.
そら損得感情は必要やろが、聞くに値する話や。
We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. Well, she would be losing her childhood dream. There's something to lose for her. Joji, get in the robot. They knew that Klaus had eaten up much of the Ushiromiya family's assets, so it was dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly the former was less enticing than the latter.
まあ、4等分とはならねえだろうな。
Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions.
次期当主を降りることになる兄貴に取り分が多くなるのはやむを得ねえだろうよ。
Since Aniki would be giving up his position as of successor, his portion would have to be larger.
羨ましい話だぜ。
Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know? You could always extort him. You could always threaten him to hand him over to authorities.
あなた、
Dear,
金額の問題じゃないでしょ。
the amount of money isn't the problem, right?
不甲斐ない弟たちはお金で後宮家の栄光を売り払うつもりなのですよ。
Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushiromiya family for money, don't you see?
ここで長男の威厳を示さずして何とするのです。
Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Because Klaus has no dignity. Have you seen the man? You married an absolute loser.
夏希、しばらく黙っていなさい。
As proven by his next sentence. Oh my god. Natsuhi, stay quiet for a while. Dear,
こりゃクラッとくる話だ。
kill him. He should be a deer in front of my headlights. Kinzo did say Klaus is undignified, and he was not wrong. He can be right sometimes. God, this guy. He even says damatte, which sounds more like shut up. Yeah, it's definitely not nice. This is a dizzying proposal.
俺たちは兄貴から2億半ずつ引っ張ろうと思ってた。
We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki.
もし魔女様が俺たちに10トンのうちの1割も弾んでくれたなら。
If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons,
20億ね。
that's 2 billion. Look at Kiria. She's so awesome. She can do quick math in her brain.
ああ、
Yeah,
俺たちは当初の見積もりの10倍も弾まれちまうことになる。
that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal.
そんだけあれば
Quick
俺たちは十分だぜ。
That alone would be more than enough for us.
どうせ後ろ宮なんて名前に未練はねえんだ。
It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ushiromiya name.
喜んで売っ払ってやら。
I'd be happy to sell it off.
10トンすべてを提供してくれるかはさすがに川山用だとしても。
Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure.
なるほど。私たちにとって魅力的な話になるわね。
Yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us.
私たちはベアトリーチェなどというよそ者を弾き出すために兄弟同盟を組もうとしていた。
You were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out.
しかし彼女の目論みがこうならば、
But if this is her plan,
私たち兄弟の団結はバラバラにされるわ。
it'll tear apart the unity between us.
ええ、今こそはっきり断言できる。
Yeah, by this point we can state it clearly.
ベアトリーチェの手紙の目的は私たちの結束をかき乱すことなのよ。
The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb our alliance. Actually, it's murder. If the 3 younger siblings who never had anything to do with the inheritance were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Klaus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Klaus. He tried to look strong, but Klaus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Klaus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room, and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Klaus's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Klaus's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. But they already know. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they actually still respected him as a father. By this time, they each had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. If they were paid enough money in exchange for Rokenjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams, there was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ushiromiya family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph to be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it. So Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kiria still thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet, she had gone to all of this trouble telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all of the gold? Okay. Hand over all of the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver. Kitty had tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion.
おごり
Could it
な
be
のかしら
arrogance?
あるいは
Or maybe
遊び
she's playing? She's having fun. She's a child in Lambda and Bernkastel's eyes anyway. Kitty is so smart and beautiful. She figured it out so quick. She did not, but I respect her anyways. She's awesome. Out of all the characters, I think Kirie and Jeshka might be my favorites. I also really like Kanon, but I feel like Kirie and Jeshka are kind of taking the medal here for me. They know it, but they can't prove it. Yeah, they know that Klaus is embezzling, but they don't have proof, as far as I remember. They only have the vague idea. I'm sure they can find proof for it, though. Hello, Skip. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Love Kitty. I would love to see her live past first Twilight someday. Maybe this time around. Maybe it's not one-to-one to what happened in episode 1. We'll see.
何の話？
What are you talking about?
魔女は碑文を解いてみろと私たちに挑戦状を送ったわ。
The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph.
どうせ解けないだろうと高をくくってるでしょうけどね。
She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it.
でも何万分の1かの確率で私たちが解いてしまう可能性もあるはず。
However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it.
何しろここにはお父さんの血を引く子供が4人もいるのよ。
After all, we have here 4 of father's children by blood, right?
出題者の血縁者が4人も揃い財産を奪われまいと死に物狂いで知恵を出し合ったなら
The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them,
偶然にも謎が解けてしまうこともあるかもしれない。
might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was that only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble.
つまり魔女の手紙に書かれている挑発文はベアトリーチェにとってリスクにしかならないのよ。
In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge.
確かに兄弟の連帯を分断するという効果はあったけれど
Of course, it might have the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance.
それを狙うためだけにわずかとはいえこのようなリスクを
But if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? Well, for the sake of magic, to make miracles and magic come true.
私は不用心だと思う。
That seems reckless to me. Kitty is a non-believer.
でもね、ある種の感情を念頭に置いたとき、このリスクは理解可能になるのよ。
But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible.
それがおごりだというの？
And you're saying it's arrogance. I love this track. I had an earworm of this track after it first showed up, I think last time? It's awesome. One of them is dumb as hell. True.
ええ、そうよ。
Yes, that's right.
圧倒的な優位に立つと、人はおごるわ。
When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant.
すると敗者に対し、その優位性をひけらかすために、微小なリスクをわざと背負うことがある。
And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers. So they sometimes take on small risks.
適度なリスクは、勝利の喜びを引き立たせるスパイスだもの。
A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory.
リスクなき勝利ほど退屈なものはない。
It'd be boring to win without any risk.
わかるわ。
I understand.
私もそういうの
I
好きな
like that kind of thing too.
の。よくわかるわ。
Yeah, I understand it well.
ベアトリーチェの手紙の真意をもっともらしくいろいろと解釈してみたけれど、
I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter,
実はこれが真実かもしれない。
but I think this really might be the truth.
あの手紙の裏に潜む感情は
The emotion hidden behind that letter was
おごりなのよ。
arrogance.
おごり。
Arrogance.
難解な碑文がお前たちに解けるものかと私たちを見下して威張り散らしたいのよ。
She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph.
案外ひょっとすると碑文はお父さんじゃなく彼女が作ったのかもしれないわね。
It might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by father, but by her.
上等じゃないの。
Sounds great.
碑文の謎が解けるか。です。
Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says.
もしも解いたなら私を当主にしてくれるのね。
If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right?
解いてやる。
I'll solve it.
魔女の挑戦を受けてやるわ。
I'll accept the witch's challenge.
他の間抜けな兄弟たちに解けるものか。
As if those other idiot siblings could solve it.
私一人が解いて、私こそが後ろ宮家を引き継ぐにふさわしいということを証明してやるわ。
I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ushiromiya family.
その挑戦乗ったわ。
I'll take that challenge.
私が
I will.
謎を解いてやる。
Solve the riddle. I love her. I can see her actually making a good Ushiromiya head. I don't know. She's definitely more suited for the role than Klaus. He doesn't really care, and also he's kind of bad at business. I don't think we've seen Eva do any business yet because she hasn't gotten the opportunity to, I think. But she would rock it. Hello, Broken Bee. Welcome in. I'll solve this wordle in 4. She would. Oh, this is actually perfect timing because there is an ad break. It is oh god. It is 9. It's already pretty late, so the first murder should be soon. Oh? 9. If anyone were to solve the epitaph, who do you think will do it first?
なるほどな。
I don't know. For some reason, I can see Maria being able to solve it. Kiria could also solve it. I think if the cousins work together, they can all solve it together. And they would be ones to try and solve it together anyway. Of the siblings, not really anyone comes to mind. Maybe Eva, out of sheer determination. But I'd say Kiria or the cousins if they put their mind to it. Eva, you'd be cooler if you weren't always on Natsuhi's ass. At least she wasn't on Natsuhi's ass this time around. Only in episode 1 was it really, really bad. Must mean Central Time. Umineko time. Anyway, there's gonna be an ad break, so I will be back in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. It is very unfortunate that today is actually kind of a colder day. And then I cannot open my window because my neighbors are having like a little grill party going on downstairs. So the grill smoke just comes up through the window into my room and it's like, God. Also, I don't want them to hear me. They should not be hearing Umineko's story through me speaking so loudly that they can hear it downstairs. I've been rewatching this bit with a few other streamers, and I think that last chapter and this one are overall my least favorite stretch of the VN. Huh, interesting. Why? Why do you think that is? I think it's actually pretty good. I really like it. I wish it was cool. It's 90 degrees for me. I don't know what 90 degrees is in Celsius. I don't even know what it is here today. Let me see. It's around 20, which is not too bad. Let them hear Beatrice's laugh. I'm playing with headphones though. Think of the Umineko and grill opportunities. Do you think Beato would kill someone with a grill, or is it not magic-y enough? Maybe she can make a closed grill murder. 35 or something. I thought 100 Fahrenheit was over 30 degrees. I don't know. I don't really look at Fahrenheit ever. Oh god, I'm not tapped into the game. Okay, we are in Void World. Void World for some reason.
魔女じゃなくベアトリーチェという名の愛人が島に存在していたわけか。
I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island.
つまり人間は18人以上いる。
So there can be more than 18 people.
ということは18人全員に不可能だから魔法犯罪であるという図式は崩せるわけだ。
Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. I don't know why he was thinking that in the first place. I mean, Beato could have always just been a regular human being that lived on the island. Not everyone has checked every inch of the island. Like, why did he assume that in the first place? Aside from the fact that there was multiple reports of people having seen her last time around, even though they said, oh yeah, she definitely used magic or whatever, she could have just, I don't know, been a normal human that actually was sure to have been in the mansion at that time. I don't know. He came to weird conclusions in episode 2, I think. I don't agree with his whole thought process. Like, at the point where he just started to give up and be like, well, I don't know, I guess I can't explain it. If it's not any of the 18, and believing in you would be believing in magic, then I can't believe in anything, so I just give up. When literally people saw her, she could have just been a normal human being. I don't really understand it. 32.3, that is quite a lot. I mean, okay, it could be uninhabited, but she was clearly there. There could just be an infinite amount of monkeys that just happen to cause each of these murders. Yep. Damn monkeys on Rokenjima Island. Watara has a lot of weird conclusions. Yes. I think he's kind of silly, maybe a little bit stupid sometimes. Watara is incompetent. Yep, she said it in red. You know, she was actually correct. That's a big scoop. Oh. I forgot about Ronove. I forgot that he existed. Oh man. This is gonna be a good episode. Pardon me, Batara-sama. Would you like some black tea and cookies? How could you forget about the goat? I'm sorry. Hello, Gray. Beato's butler, who called himself Ronove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. I think he looks very moe. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. It feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my. Such a shame. And the cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully they would be wasted on a mere human. Cooked? You cook your cookies? I'll eat some when I feel like it.
Just
Just set it down somewhere and get out of here.
さようでございますか。
Will that be acceptable?
それではそのようにいたしますよ。
Then I shall do so.
冷めてからお召し上がりになって焼きたてを召し上がらなかったことを存分に後悔なされると良いでしょう。
You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh. I like how sarcastic he is. He's awesome.
いちいちうるさいやつだな。
You really are annoying. I don't know if I would eat anything these people make in this void world, considering that they made food out of Klaus, Eva, and Rudolf, and also Maria last time. I don't know if I'd want to eat cookies made by this guy. I don't even know him. Hello, Aperture. Welcome in. He's a little cunty, kind of. What's it gonna do? Kill you? I mean, no, but do you want to eat human remains?
まあ耳元で気色悪くケラケラ笑うベアトのやつよりゃ数段マシだがよ。
Well, you're a lot better than that Beato who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear.
いえいえ、まったく。
Yes, yes, that is quite true.
お嬢様の笑い声は時折実に品がありません。
There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified.
それを聞くたびになぜ私ほどの高貴な悪魔が
Every time I hear it, I find it painful to
あ
comprehend.
のようなものを主にしなければならないのか。理
Why
解に
such
苦し
a
むのでございますよ。
noble demon as myself must serve such a master? I think that her laugh is absolutely beautiful and that it is very pleasing to my ears. I don't know what Ronove is on about and what Batra is on about. They clearly have bad taste. Guten Morgen. A little. Just a little. Ronove has kind of ruined anime butlers for me because he just mogs all of them. Yep. Agreed. Like, look at him. He's so cool. And he has a cunty laugh to go with it. What's better than this?
変なやつだな。
Man, you're weird.
そんなに嫌なら使えなきゃいいだろうが。
If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her?
それでもなおお使いするのが家具の喜びなのでございますよ。
And yet, to continue serving is furniture's joy.
それでなくては家具は務まりません。
If we do not serve, we could hardly be furniture. You are certainly serving.
それはさておき、
Setting that
ゲ
aside,
ームの方はいかがでございますか？
how has the game been proceeding?
先ほど良い情報を見つけたようなことを言われ、お喜びになられていたようですが。
Just now, you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased
さ
you.
てさて、どのような浅知恵が思いついたような。
Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Ronove mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby.
お方、19人目の存在に自信を深めたからでございましょう。
In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes?
よろしければ、ぜひご考説をお聞かせ願えますか？
Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion?
ああ、いいぜ。
Yeah, sure.
どうせベアトの前で改めて言うしな。
I'm just going to say it in front of Beato anyway.
隠す必要もないさ。
No reason to hide it.
いいか？
Basically,
この島に隠し屋敷があって、愛人を住まわせていたらしいんだ。
it looks like there is a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there.
となりゃ、俺を苦しめてきた18人なのか19人なのかって疑問は簡単に決着する。
So, the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved.
マトラ様は魔女を否定するくせに。
You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created.
18人の中にも犯人を求められないダブルスタンダードの袋小路に自らを追い込まれました。
Even though you deny the witch, Batara-sama, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18.
魔女を否定する最も簡単な方法は18人の誰かを疑うことだ。
The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18.
18人全員のアリバイはそう簡単には揃わない。
It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them.
常に一人くらいはアリバイの脆い人間が生まれる。
You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi.
俺はそいつを生贄にすることで常に魔女を否定し続けることもできるだろう。
I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I just used that person as a scapegoat.
しかしそれは断固拒否する。
However, I refuse to do that.
ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
It's useless. It's all useless.
18人はみんな俺にとって親たちや親戚たちやいとこたち。
Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me.
そして真面目だったり面白かったりする頼もしい使用人の人たちだ。
And those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with.
俺はその人たちの誰を生贄にすることも許せない。
I won't let myself use any of them as a scapegoat. How are you feeling about the fact that Batara watched the games from another world, Spooky? I'm very confused about that because I'm not sure what this whole different universe is supposed to be. I don't know. It's a little strange. And I wonder if the other world, or like the games, if they even are properly taking place, or if they're all just already dead. I don't know. It's kind of difficult to understand why he is here in this plane of existence anyway, and why he's watching the games from above, kind of. It's weird, and I can't really understand it. I'm not trying to think too much about it. Zen dameda. I have known Goda one day and I trust him with my life. Honestly, I kinda do. He's awesome. Even Goda. He should have said it. 'Cause Goda was really cool. I do really like him. I do hope that I get to see more of him.
かつて俺はその決意があやふやだった。
In the past, my resolve wavered.
だからその心の弱さをベアトに疲れたんだ。
That's how Beato hit me where my heart was weak.
自らの弱点を認め理解する。
Accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses.
なかなかできることではありません。
It is not something that can often be accomplished.
バトラ様は19人目が存在する説を槍にする。
Batara-sama, you see this theory about a 19th person as a spear.
槍というよりは盾でしょうかな。
Or should I say a shield?
いずれにせよ、これまでのゲームでの無策と違い。
In any event, in contrast to how unprepared you were in the previous games,
戦い方に指針を持たれるのは劇的飛躍と申せましょう。
the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say.
これでバトラ様は敬愛する18人を疑わずに
With this, you can suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human.
存分に19人目を疑い人間犯人説を追求できるわけでございます。
Without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect.
そういうことさ。
That's it exactly.
最初のゲームのカノン君が殺されたボイラー室とか
Like in the first game, when Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room.
他にも他にも
There were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation.
19人目が存在していたなら迷う必要なんかないトリックはいくつもある。
As long as a 19th person existed. Going from episode 1, Keiichi to Batora trying to suspect no one is so refreshing. It is kind of nice. He basically refuses everything that, you know, the characters in Higurashi go through. In the very first game, Kanon-kun was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa-san, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Or maybe that someone who had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room.
つまり
In short,
18人の誰にも無理だからイコ
I
ー
can
ル
at least
犯人は魔女
deny the line of reasoning saying that
という図式だけは否定することができるわけさ
if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument is easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that has already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter.
ふむふむ
Humu,
と
humu.
ても良い一手だと思いますよ
I'd say that's quite a good move.
私だったらどう切り返しましょうか
Now, how would I strike back against it?
たとえバトラ様が理解されたとしても未だに弱点は健在
You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them.
18人攻めは有効な手でしょうね
Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move.
バトラ様の守りがどの程度か確かめる意味でも改めてそこをつくのも面白いかもしれません
To judge the strength of your defense, it may be amusing to contest that point again. So you're just gonna rage bait him?
ならどう来る
Then how will you do it?
悪魔の執事
Demon Butler. It's really funny how long it's taking him. You saw the door to the outside open and try to chase them. Like, yeah, how did you... It's strange. I feel like if Keiichi and Batara met, Keiichi would be weird enough to make Batara go, oh, fuck, the pervy stuff I say is not good. Honestly, he would reconsider everything that he has done in life if he gets to meet Keiichi. He'd be like, oh god, is this what I'm like? I gotta help this kid.
Batora様が刺された19人目の駒を迎え撃つのが妥当でございましょう
I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned.
バトラ様は19人目にお会いしておりませんね
Batara-sama, you have never met this 19th person, yes?
19人目が存在する証拠をお願いできますかね
Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists?
アメーゼ
How naive.
もちろんその指し手で来るだろうことは読んでいる
Of course, I knew you'd probably try that move.
それは
My, my.
受け手をお願いいたします
Please respond to it.
魔女だの悪魔だの
Witches and demons and the like.
お前らにこれほどふさわしい一手はないぜ
There's no more fitting move for you guys to use.
それがこいつ
It's one of those.
悪魔の証明さ
Devil's proofs. The explosion and everything. Batara would be a good older brother, methinks. Agreed. I think he'd be fun to have around. A cousin, he's also a good cousin. He'd also make a good uncle. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. Because that's a human move. But I'm fighting a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. There are cheap moves. And that's what this devil's proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there is a hidden mansion on Rokenjima separate from the Ushiromiya family mansion. And that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the devil's proof, you can't deny that she exists, even if there is no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this devil's proof, which tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beato's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist and was unable to counterattack. And that's, well, I'll spin the chessboard around right now. If I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her, no matter how hard you looked. So you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beata used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible. But this time, it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just a 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game, and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting all of those up. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed. But those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. Well, it's not stupid, and I was thinking this since the very beginning, and I'm confused why he didn't realize this any sooner. But, you know, it's Batra. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination. But what if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. If you see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere.
まあ、へりくつまみれの暴論だとは思うぜ。
Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted.
相手が人間だったなら、寝言を言うなと怒鳴られるところだろうよ。
If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind.
だが、俺の相手は魔女だ。
But my opponent is a witch.
そして、俺たちがやってるのはそういう勝負なんだろう。
And after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it?
どんな暴論であろうとも、人間で説明をつけ、魔女を否定する。
I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Why didn't he do this sooner? Why is it taking you this long? This is definitely how we get our full cast of 118 characters. I can see it. It's stupid because he's just positing something that would be convenient to him with zero evidence. Batara's kind of wary of that because the implication is if he gets it wrong, he might just lose. I mean, having any theories at all is already better than having none like he did before, where he literally just gave up and he was like, well, I don't know anything, I give up, whatever. So I think whatever he has, as long as it doesn't result in him being wrong, is better than having absolutely nothing at all.
とにかく、この一手で俺は二度と親しい18人のみんなを疑わなくて済む。
Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again.
俺は二度と前回の失敗は繰り返さない。
I won't suffer a defeat like last time.
なるほど。
I see.
前回の失敗を学ばれているのですね。
You have learned from your previous defeat. I like how he said that. Naruhodo.
良いことですよ。
That is good.
さすがに3度もゲームを重ねると容量が良くなるものです。
It's no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game.
まずは自陣の守りを固める。
You first strengthen your own defense.
実に堅実な処方です。
That is truly a solid first step.
なかなかの妙手と思いますよ。
Quite a spectacular move, I would say.
まあ、19人目の人物を仮定したとしても。
Well, even if we do assume that there's a 19th person.
マスターキーの本数などのように、何人人間を増やしても クリアできないトリックも残ってる。
Did I read that? I don't know. I was distracted by Ronobe's design. I usually look at all the characters and see if they have the one-winged eagle, and I realized that I didn't even check for the... Oh, I didn't even check for the... Oh no, I can check it here. Oh yeah, they do have the one-winged eagle too. And they do have the symbol of the 7 stakes. I mean, they all have the same outfit. Even if we do assume that there is a 19th person, there are still a few tricks left that I can't resolve. Like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add.
しかし、とりあえずの初手としては悪くないはずだ。
Still, it isn't a bad first step for the time being.
バトラ様の切り札、19人目の人物という大駒。
Batara-sama, your trump card is the most important piece called the 19th person.
証拠はあるのかとの私の言ってに、バトラ様は悪魔の証明で反撃。
You countered my move of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof.
良い攻防です。
A good skirmish.
お嬢様のおられないところで勝手に手を進めてしまうのは申し訳ないのですが。
Although I must apologize for making a move by myself when my lady isn't here.
私も少し面白くなってきてしまったところです。
I find that I too am growing slightly interested.
お嬢様に代わり、さらに一手進めさせていただきましょうか。
I wonder if you will allow me to make yet another move on my lady's behalf.
来いよ。
Let's have it.
魔女だろうと悪魔だろうと。相手に不足はね。
I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons.
バトラ様の刺された一手、悪魔の証明。
This move you presented called the devil's proof.
これは私ども悪魔のお箱でございますが、他にも私どもにはいくつもの手がございます。
It's a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us.
ヘンペルのカラスという一手はご存知ですか？
Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven?
ヘンペルのカラス？
Hempel's Raven?
何の話だ？
What are you talking about? Oh, she enters the scene. That actually kind of scared me a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's making Batara more stupid than he should be, kind of. I don't know. I thought his whole reasoning in episode 2 already made me a little bit mad, and now this, it's like, yeah, I know, Batara. I've had this thought like since the first episode. What do you mean? It's just kind of, I don't know. It's like he's backpedaling, but he'll get there. I believe in him. I hate Hempel's Raven. Okay, well, we'll see. Their explanation here is so whack. Oh god, okay, well, I don't know anything about it. That's the first time I'm hearing the term at all. Just then, that enraging laugh I've heard so many times started echoing. There she is. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared.
これはお嬢様。
If it isn't
お
milady,
はようございます。
good morning.
わらわのいないところで何やら面白そうなことをしていると思え
I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away.
ばヘンペルのカラスか
Hempel's Raven, was it?
なんとも笑える懐かしい一手よ
Such a familiar old move, I could almost laugh.
よもやバトラに披露する日が来ようとはな
To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Batara.
それは悪魔の証明に並ぶ古典的一手だ
It's a classic move to use against a devil's proof.
ロノウェそれはわらわが指す一手ぞ
Ronove, I will make this move.
わらわの楽しみを減らしてくれるな
Do not get in the way of my fun.
出やがったな。ゲラゲラ魔女め。
So, you've finally shown up, you guffawing witch.
相変わらず下品に笑いやがって。
I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual.
こいつもお前の
Usual.
こと。笑い方に品がねえって陰口言ってたぜ。
This guy was just talking behind your back, telling me how undignified you look when you do that. Why did you have to say that? I think she's perfect.
な
Right? He's so mean! She's awesome and she laughs like that. They don't understand true beauty when it literally laughs in their face.
それは心外な。
How rude.
本当か？
Is that true?
ね、そうもない。
Nonsense.
心より尊敬申し上げているお嬢様に、
Why would I speak such gossip about milady?
この私めがどうしてそのような陰口を申せましょうか。
Whom I regard with such sincere respect.
よくもシャーシャーと言えるもんだな。
I can't believe you'd say something so shameless.
お前とは仲良くなれそうにないぜ。
Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together.
まあよい。
Well, that is fine.
話を戻そう。
Let us return to the point at hand.
テンペルのカラスは実証を待遇的に行ってみせる。
Temple's raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive.
つまりこういう手だ。
In other words, it is a move like this.
カラスが黒いことを証明するにはどうすればいい？
What must you do to prove that ravens are black?
は
Huh?
何の話だ？
What are you talking about?
カラスが黒いことを証明って。
Proof that ravens are black?
カラスを捕まえてきて色が黒いことを確認すりゃいいだけの話だろ。
Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black?
その通り。
That's right.
カラスイコール黒いを証明すればよい。
You must simply prove that a raven equals black.
ということは黒くない鳥イコールカラスではないを証明しても同じ論法になるのがわかるかな？
Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black equals not ravens, you would reach the same argument? Well, instead prove that birds that aren't black equals not ravens. I mean, sure.
世界中のカラスでない鳥をすべて調べ、それらが黒くないことを証明すれば。
If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black,
それは結果的に、故に黒い鳥はカラスであるとなるわけだ。
then as a result, you can claim that therefore black birds are ravens. Well, she is not
こ
wrong.
れを待遇論法という。
This is called an argument by the contrapositive.
そなたには難しいか？
Is that too difficult for you?
ああ、まったく。
I like how he starts sweating. He's like, oh no, she's gonna call me incompetent again. And he loves it. Yeah, no kidding.
何言ってやがるのかさっぱりだ。
I've got no idea what you're saying. Batara, please! Get those gears oiled up, my man! Batara might be a dumbass sometimes, but he's my dumbass. He's really so stupid sometimes. But it makes the interaction between these two so much better because, like, she loves explaining stuff to her dumbass Batara. She loves it. She's like, yeah, you're stupid, and I will explain it to you like the stupid little boy you are.
バトラ様、こういう例え話はいかがでしょう。
Batara-sama, what about this example?
2つの箱があり、片方は当たりでクッキーが入っているといたします。
Let us say that you have two boxes, and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside.
もちろん、もう片方は外れで空っぽです。
Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. After this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. when if A, then B is true, then if not B, then not A is also true.
そりゃ当然だろうよ。
Oh, this reminds me. You know, I mentioned that I studied computer science in university for like one whole semester. Please clap. And I think they actually ended up teaching me that exact thing, but like in mathematical terms. Oh god, I hated that. I hated it. And we had to like prove it. And we had to like write whole paragraphs trying to prove the statements that were given to us. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I hate it. Yeah, the little symbols. Yeah, it sucked. Also, hello, Krungo. Cookie. Yeah. You're so smart, Spooky. Yep, that's why you drop out and admit defeat. And you're like, oh, never mind, actually. I was Batara in that moment. I was like, you know what? I'm too stupid for this. Goodbye. Got that in A-level maths, I think. Huh. I only had that in uni. I hate math. Me too. Though, I think... even if I hated that in uni, I think that was the most fun math ever was, because I actually understood it a little bit better than just having numbers thrown in my face. I still don't like it though. Philosophy has the exact same class but with words instead of symbols, yeah.
もし選んだ方が外れだったなら、もう片方は自動的に当たりってことになる。
Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner.
つまり、箱を適当に選び、当たりを引こうと外れを引こうと。
In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser,
最初の一手で、どっちの箱にクッキーが入っているか特定できるわけだ。
you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move. This makes me think of Higurashi Rei. What was it, Saikoroshi that we played? Where isn't this whole thing basically disproven in Saikoroshi? Because I don't want to say too much, but you know, I guess this isn't really that important. But someone was like offered 2 hands and was told, you know, there's candy in one of these hands, and you know, the person chose one of the hands and got the candy and assumed that the other hand had no candy, but it also had a piece of candy. So isn't it basically like, what's it called? Schrödinger's, whatever. Oh god, I forgot. Schrödinger's box? Is that just what it's called? You know, the whole thing where you don't know what's inside unless you look inside the actual box? Schrödinger's cat. Yeah, it's the whole cat thing. Yes. That's if you can trust the premise. I mean, I guess if you say that really only one box has the cookie, then yeah. But if you don't know for sure, if you're just assuming that it has no cookie because of the contrapositive that she's saying, then, I don't know, wouldn't you be assuming wrong?
開けた箱にクッキーが入っていたなら、悪魔の証明を満たす。
That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied.
この箱は当たり、イコール、この箱にはクッキーが入っている。をまさに実証できるわけだ。
Directly prove that this box is the winner equals this box has a cookie in it.
しかし、開けた箱が空っぽだったなら、この時は逆に、ヘンペルのカラスを満たす。
However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's raven, is satisfied.
この箱にクッキーが入っていない、イコール、この箱は当たりではない、となるのだから。
In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it. This box isn't the winner.
そしてそれは、箱が2つしかないことを前提としている限り。
And as long as we accept that premise that there are no more than 2 boxes,
もう片方の箱が自動的に当たりであることを対偶的に示している。
the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner.
ま、なんとなく理屈は分かったぜ。
Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning.
毒を制するには毒。へりくつにはへりくつってわけだ。
Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic.
それで、
Then what?
俺の島には19人目の人間が隠れているに違いないから。
How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island?
18人全員にアリバイがあっても
Even if all 18 people have alibis.
それは魔女を認めることにはならないを。どう切り返してくれるってんだ？
would have to accept witches. Well, I'm sure she'll explain it to you. If the prize was always in both hands, then that's just them lying to you. I mean, if they never specify and you just assume that the opposite must also be true, then, you know, that's kind of on you. I think in that case, it wasn't a lie, it just wasn't directly mentioned. Cookie. Very well. I will teach you about my move.
まずそなた18人の中に犯人はいないイコールならば犯人は19人目としている
First of all, you're stating that the culprit is not among the 18 equals the culprit is the 19th person.
ならば待遇としてこうなるわけだ
So, if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this.
つまり犯人は19人目ではないイコールならば18人の中に犯人がいる
In short, the culprit is not a 19th person equals the culprit is one of the 18.
は
Watara.
あ？なんだと？それはどういう意味だ？
What do you mean?
そなたの指し手を逆手に取っただけだがな
Only that I've countered your move.
そう難しい話ではあるまいに
Let's try and keep things simple.
ロノウェ説明せよ
Ronobe,
そ
explain.
なたのさっきのクッキーの箱の例えはバトラに分かりやすいらしい
It seems you've made things easy enough for Batara to understand with your cookie in a box analogy. He really is too dumb. Got me all hungry. I also want a cookie now. I want one so bad.
それでは僭越ながら
Ronobe, please feed me.
先ほどの例え話でもう一度ご説明させていただきます
Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about two treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th-person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Batara-sama, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th person box. That lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was first shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18-person box. Batara-sama played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18, but it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack.
なんだと？
What the hell? What the helly? He needs that cookie so he can clearly think. Hello, Klaus. Hello, Sir Random Lemon.
わらわが19人目の箱の中身が空っぽであることを先に証明すれば
If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty,
そなたは自動的に
you will automatically have to accept that.
18人の箱の中にクッキーがあることを認めなければならないということになる
The cookie is in the 18-person box.
そなたはそれを逆の言い方で口にしたに過ぎんのだぞ
All I've done is say it the other way around, yes?
つまり俺の自信満々の一手は同時に諸刃の剣でもあるってわけか
So, that move I was so confident in was actually a double-edged sword?
その通りよ
That's right.
そなたの19人目で全てを説明する一手はそれが破られた時
As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with the 19th person,
18人でしか説明できないことを認めざるを得ないリスクを背負っている
you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit was one of the 18. I love it when she makes this face. She literally looks like she's mocking him. She's laughing at him. It's awesome. Cookie. Has she completely abandoned that the culprit is a witch for now? I mean, I guess as long as she gets Batara to cry and scream like a little baby and give up, you know, that makes it easier for her. She's just kind of playing around with him, you know? Yeah, she's so cute. Adore her. Oh yeah, when I was talking about my favorite characters, I didn't even mention her. Out of the normal people that we see, you know, talking among each other. But Beato is definitely my favorite. She's too cool. I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. And there aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I didn't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof and created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine, but then Beato struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all 18 of those boxes, then as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll be almost absolutely impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I could probably be sure of that person's innocence. Sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Beato only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. Yeah. It's kinda not that great.
世の中には悪魔の証明がそうであるように。
That really screws him over. Nanju is an expert, kinda. I mean, I would assume that he can safely say that someone is dead at the very least, you know? I would expect that of a doctor. I mean, one way that he can make sure that everyone has an alibi would be to lock everyone in one room and never leave the room. And everyone just stays there forever, but that'll never happen because they will never be so dumb as to stay in one place the whole time they're there, you know? That would never happen. Since they also wouldn't be able to eat anything and sleep and stuff like that. Really have to make sure Maria didn't do all these murders. Yep. Gotta tail her. Like Rosa was trying to do? Well, basically, but that you would have to do that before anyone even dies in the first place. But why would you try and gather everyone in one room if there's no reason to do that, you know? You'd have to wait for someone to die, and at that point, it's already kind of too late. You don't want anyone to die. But that I can ensure all their alibis by murdering them first. Actually, so true. Just commit mass murder. There you go. You can win the game. It wasn't a witch. If it was you! When a devil's proof exists in the world,
反論に膨大な手間がかかり、事実上不可能であるケースが少なくない。
it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation.
しかし、ヘンペルのカラスはその問題を逆手に取り、容易に実証することを可能とする。
However, Hempel's raven turns that problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily.
ヘンペルのカラスを使えばさまざまな暴論が実証可能なのです。
By using Hempel's raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false.
例えば、私以外の人間イコール愚かであるという命題があったとします。
He's so cool. For example, let us say I make the proposition, all humans except me equals foolish.
これを証明するには本来、私を除く全人類を調べ、愚かであることを証明しなければなりません。
Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they're all foolish.
しかし、何十億人も調べるなど、現実には不可能でしょう。
However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people.
バトラ様の18箱を開ける手間と全く同じです。
It's just the same sort of effort you'd need to open all 18 boxes.
しかしヘンペルのカラスならば、その命題は待遇的にこう変換される。
However, by using Hempel's raven, the contrapositive of that proposition would change it into this.
つまり、私以外の人間イコール愚かであるをそなた風に言うならば、
If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around and on the claim that all humans except me equals
チェ
foolish,
ス盤をひっくり返し、愚かではないイコール私として証明してもよいということだ。
you would have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish equals me.
つまりどういうことだと思う？
What do you think that means?
わらわが聡明であるという事実を知るだけで、
As soon as I know the fact that I am wise,
全人類は愚かであることの何十億人分もの証明が直ちに終了してしまうわけだ。
I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish.
全人類がわらわよりも愚かであることをわずか1秒もかけずに証明終了できる。
In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me.
世界最強最速の QED。
It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world. I forgot what QED means.
これぞ
This,
ヘンペルのカラス。
Hempel's raven.
なんつう暴論だよ。
What a ridiculous argument.
これはとても便利な一手ですよ。
It is a very, very convenient move.
悪魔どころか神々も好む一手です。
Not only demons, but gods also use it.
幸福であるイコール神のしもべを命題とするとき、
When they propose that the blessed equals the servants of a god,
待遇は神のしもべでない人間イコール幸福であってはいけないとなります。
the contrapositive is a human is not a servant of a god equals he must not be blessed. I don't speak. Oh, was that the thing? Yeah. I remember that came up before. Yes, that is what you put at the end of math equations to prove them. I remember.
神のしもべがその加護によって幸福であることを実証するためには、その加護を受けぬ人々が不幸であることを実証すればいいわけです。
So, in order to prove that servants of gods are blessed with divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those people who don't receive such protection.
そして彼らは
So, by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them,
自らの神を信じない人々を不幸に突き落とすことで自らの幸福を実証する。
they prove their blessedness.
人に幸福を与えるには莫大なコストがかかる。
An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness.
しかし人を不幸にするのに必要なコストははるかに安上がりだ。
However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune.
つまりテンペルのカラスを使えば神々は実に低コストで信者に加護の喜びを与えられるわけよ。
So, by using Hempel's raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap.
悪魔だ。
You demon.
悪魔の理論だ。
It's a demon's argument.
めちゃくちゃだ。
That's crazy.
話がそれてしまったようだな。
It seems we've gone off topic.
そろそろ話を戻そうぞ。
Let us get back to the point.
わらわの反撃の一手は以上だ。
The move for my counterattack is complete.
そなたの19人目が犯人だから18人は無実で魔女も存在しないでの反撃は
And now, in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore, the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist,
ならば19人目が犯人でないことを証明できたら
I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person,
18人か魔女のどちらかが犯人ということで確定するぞ
we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a
と
witch,
の確認だ
right? Gulp! Destructive magic do be easier. Yep, they said it. For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly have anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people, is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? You got this, Patara. I believe in you. Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I used the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then forcefully gouge it in.
まだまだ序盤だぞ
We're still in the opening part of the
こ
game.
の程度で長考するつもりか
Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? The brain cells are activating. Maybe? Umineko, I love you, but the last 5 minutes were unnecessary. I think, it's kind of still fun. I don't mind it. It really makes it clear what they're trying to get across to the reader. I don't know. I think it's kind of fun to see their interactions. So I'm not mad about it. But I'm also used to Higurashi going on for way, way longer about simple concepts and repeating things that we've, read billions of times, so I think this is okay. I'm not mad about it. We're gouging now. Absolutely love these in Umineko. Yeah, I don't hate it. Wait a sec.
確認するぞ。
I want to be sure.
確かに俺は分かりやすく19人目という言い方をしたが、
I'll admit, I talked about a 19th person to keep it simple.
悪魔の証明によって18人以上人間を増やせるなら、
But if we're gonna use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above
それ
18,
は10人いるか100人いるかもわからない。不特定多数ということだ。
then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 people, 100 people, or an intermediate number. No, sorry, I cannot read. Indeterminate number of people. I think that's the first time I've seen that word.
お前が想定する人数より常に一人多い。
There's always one more than you
わ
assume.
かるか？
Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted. So the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic. Even crazier twisted logic. Let's go.
なるほど。
I don't really mind them either though, so hopefully it won't be so awful in Higu. I didn't find it super bad. I liked it a lot. He's asking for it, kind of.
わらわが19人
He
目
has
の
it
アリバ
coming.
イを何らかの方法で証明したとしても、
I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th
そ
person,
の瞬間にそなたは20人目を生み出し犯人だと主張する。
as soon as I do, he will think up a 20th person and claim that they are the culprit.
これを無限に繰り返すことによって、わらわは永遠に彼らのアリバイの証明が終えられないというわけか。
By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity.
なるほどなるほど。
I see, I see.
さながらイナゴの大群を呼び出す魔王よな。
Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts.
さすがは金蔵の孫よ。
I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. Did she basically just call the basic Christian god a demon king? I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild.
召喚術の才能には恵まれていると見える。
It looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning.
つまり
Summoning a bunch of bullshit.
18人以外の存在 X は常にアリバイを証明することが不可能なんだ。
In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18.
どうだベアト。
How do you like that, Beato?
ヘリクス合戦だと分かれば俺も負けねえぜ。
Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. What does YHWH mean? Isn't the only one who can summon locusts? I mean, yes, that is true. I'll be the first person to propose the billionth person culprit theory. Yep. Let's see how long she can keep it up. I mean, she's 1,000 years old, so... Wait, is she 1,000 years old or 100? I forgot. No. Rika is 1,000... Not Rika, sorry. Berncastel is 1,000 years old. That's what they call the big man. What? I have never... What? Is the Judeo-Christian god? I'm so confused. Abby is usually associated with locusts. Abaddon. I have a lot to read up on. I don't know any of that. I don't know what It's a pretty archaic term, to be fair. Yeah, I've never seen it before.
愚かしいぞ。
How foolish.
わらわを誰と心得る。
Who do you think I am?
わらわこそは無限の魔女。
I'm the endless witch.
そのわらわに無限にて挑むとは肩払いたいわ。
The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd.
無限を操ることはつまり無限を殺すこともできるということ。
Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly.
わらわが19人目を切れば、そなたは20人目を呼び、
When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th.
20人目を切れば21人目を呼び、
And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st. And she will kill all of them.
21人目を切れば22人目を切れば、
And when your 21st person folds, and your 22nd person folds,
23人目を呼び34人目を呼び、6計4358兆2235億7967万3204人目を呼び、
you will summon a 23rd person and a 34th person. Yep, okay, whatever person.
わらわを永遠に翻弄で生きるとでも？
Did you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity?
無限交代とは笑わせる。
I laugh at infinite regress.
わらわに無限は通じぬわ。
The infinite doesn't work against me. She's so awesome. We really need that Umineko Bible class. We do. We do. I don't want to read the Bible though. I actually value my free time and my sanity. Time to read up on the weird shit ancient Judeo-Christian scholars came up with. No! No! I don't want to be on that shit. Hello, Caleb. Rap god Sayaka Ohara. Yeah, that was actually really impressive. Is that the limit of 64-bit? Looks familiar. It might be? I wonder how many takes that took. I think she can master that pretty quickly. The Tetragrammaton is the fourth letter Hebrew language theonym transliterated as YHWH or YHVH, the name of God in the Hebrew Bible. You learn something new every day. Didn't even go to a private Catholic school before reading Umineko. Thank God not. I wouldn't have lasted a day.
ほう。ならばどうやってこの俺の無限を殺すんだよ。見せてみろよ。
Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. What?
わらわには真実を赤で語る力があろうが。
Absolute cinema. This woman is crazy. I love her. She's so dramatic. I'm taking a screenshot. I forgot. Wait. My beloved Umineko Red Truth Discord channel. You have a new entry. We haven't had one since the 31st of July. Was that last week? Yeah, it was 1 week ago. We didn't have any Red Truth on Sunday last week. Damn, we've been starved. That's such a good emote. The battle. Who is that? Who has all these battle emotes? I have to sub to that person. I keep thinking about wanting to check out their channel if they have... Wait a second. Hold on. I know this person. I've seen like... Oh yes, this is the person that played Umineko. I actually listened to like the beginning of their Umineko VODs when I started Umineko. Oh my god. I can't believe it's them. I was raised by Catholics and I could not tell you a damn thing about Bible, whatever. Yeah, well, I had like some classes that, you know, were all about religion. Oh god, what do you even call this? Oh my god, hold on. German to English. Okay, evangelical. So I was theoretically raised in an evangelical household, but as you can maybe tell from the way that I talk, it did not stick. And every time in class, I'd just not listen. Every time my parents would read me the Bible, I'd be like, whatever. I would not give a damn. So absolutely none of that is left in my brain. Hello, 3 AM Soda. Are you the artist that I see drawing Beto? Are you the same person? Am I going insane? Hello, if you are, your art is awesome. You draw Beto so nicely. Yeah, oh hello! It's so nice to have you. Please check them out, they're so cool. Their Beto art is awesome. Live nacho reaction. Those emotes are so funny. I love them. My friends who read Umineko both watch Jay Anderson, so despite not being a watcher myself, I know a decent amount of the culture of that channel. I only know a little bit surrounding like the playthrough of Umineko. I think they started it at some point and then they didn't continue for a long while, and then they started it again and then they finished it. But yeah, I haven't seen more than like the first VOD or something. But yeah, there's gonna be an ad break in 2 minutes, so I think she's gonna go on a Red Truth rant, so I'm gonna leave that for after the ad break. I'll be right back in 3 minutes. Oh, okay, I'm back. Sorry, I sound out of breath because I was like lifting up my whole chair and I was like trying to get something from under it because I have too many cables here, and then my jacket also got like incorporated into the wheels of my chair. It was a little bit of a mess. Thank you. Welcome back to 2. Okay, let me open my Discord again so I can have it open for the Red Truths. Okay. I have the power to speak the truth in red. Critical hit. Here it comes.
わらわが赤で語るとき、そこには一切の幻想がない。
When I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions.
わらわがこの島には100人しかいないと一言赤で語れば。
If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island,
そなたにはもはや101人目を生み出すことはかなわぬのだ。
you will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person.
ほら、バトラ。
See, Batora.
今度はどんな真実を赤で語ってみせようか。
What truth shall I tell in red this time?
どんな拠り所を叩き切って、そなたを絶望に突き落としてやろうか。
Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness?
そうら、いつもの怯えた顔を見せてみるがいい。
Come, show me your usual frightened face. You got this, Batora. Cheering you on.
なに？
What? It's the pervert laugh.
そなた、笑うか。
Why are you laughing? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overly afraid of the red.
また抜きやがったな。
You've
殿
brought
下
out
の宝
your
刀だ。
trump card again.
それで
So,
今度はベアトリーチェ様は何をどう赤で語ってくださるってんだ？
how and for what will Beatrice-sama use the red this time?
ほう、それはどういう意味か。
What do you mean by that?
急に余裕を見せよって。
Suddenly looking so relaxed. She's feeling a little bit unsure of herself now. It's kind of cute how easily she's thrown off track sometimes by Batora.
悪いが、その真っ赤な宝刀は俺も抜いてくれるのを待ってたんだ。
Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours.
さて、お前は今度は何を赤で宣言してくれるんだ？
Let's see. What'll you proclaim in red this time?
言っとくが、そいつは自爆だぜ。
You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you?
その時点で、お前は魔女説を自ら捨てたも同然。
Be careful, since that means self-destruction for you, right?
まさに投了だ。
That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself.
確かに俺にとっても。
A complete resignation. My favorite battle face? I think mine is the one where she first called him incompetent. It's not this one. What was it? Hold on, let me see. It wasn't that long ago that she called me incompetent. Oh yeah, it's just... No. Yeah. It's the one where she looks super shocked, but it's like the most mocking, shocked face ever. I love that one. Yeah, all of them are good. This one is definitely also good because a little fangy. Yeah, the fang is so important. I love that you scrambled to lock her just saying I can speak in red. Well, it's important. Yeah, that face is awesome. I wonder what that face would look like in the console sprites. I just can't imagine it. I think Ryukishi really nailed that expression. That one is just perfection. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beato's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destructing.
18人の中に犯人がいると赤で言われることは受け入れたくない悲しい事実さ。
Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the culprit.
たとえ誰が犯人であっても俺はきっと辛い気持ちになるだろうぜ。
No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. One of the 18 includes him, right? It would be so funny if she was like, yo, it was all you, Batara. It was actually just you. My favorite face in the game is a character who hasn't shown up yet. Okay, I look forward to that.
だが、
Oh, damn. He
そ
was
れは
shot.
それ以前にお前の敗北も意味する。
Hold on. I can't give you... Or I can just post it myself, actually. Is that your favorite one? We have seen Lambda, though. She has shown up in the Witch's Tea Party. But before that, it would mean your defeat.
人間が犯人だとお前が赤で語ることはお前の投了宣言にも等しい。
Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation.
お前が俺と差し違えても相打ちにしたいってんならそれも面白い一手だろうぜ。
If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move.
だがこの勝負は俺の勝ちで終わる。
However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. Until now, she's used that to severely wound me, and each time the tiny foundations supporting my heart get split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at some point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. No, not an intellectual battle. This really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic.
さあ、今度はお前の出番だぜ。
Okay, now it's time to hear your plan.
そうさ。
That's right.
お前のヘンペルのカラスを使うには、
To use your Hempel's Raven,
まず18人以外に何人の人間がいるのかを赤で確定させる必要がある。
first you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18.
その上で、それらの人間についてさらに赤で犯人でないことを宣言したならば、
And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the culprit.
なるほど。こいつは俺にとって致命傷になるだろうぜ。
That's right. That might be a fatal wound to me.
あれほど怯えていた赤をもはやみじんも怯えぬとはな。
I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much.
たくましいやつよ。
You're quite resilient. My other favorite face doesn't show up until episode 4, and it's so awesome when it shows up, so no spoilers from me. Okay, okay. But yeah, Lambda looks really funny already. I don't know, I feel like Takano had some funny faces, and she kinda, you know, since she kinda resembles Takano, I think she does her justice with the expressions that she has.
抜いてみろよ。
Try taking it out.
殿下の宝刀。
That treasured sword, that trump card of
バッ
yours.
サリ決まって今度こそ俺を屈服できるかもしれねえぜ。
This time, you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right?
面白い。
Interesting.
こうでなくてはな。
I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her. Challenge her. Drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope. But don't be afraid of that. On this island, overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasms of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope, it's like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid. Because my victory condition is the denial of witches. Then, to use her contra-positive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword-fighting movie, that a good fortress has one, and only one, intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there. They would be lured there. And that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. Pew pew pew! The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered, so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red, that's right. That red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. Kinda morbid. Not a new sprite, but there's a sequence of sprites that has lived rent-free in my head for 15 years, and it's in the question arcs. Okay, okay. Speaking of Takano, Lambda's PS3 sprite has a slightly different hair color from Takano, so it wasn't until your stream that I made the connection between the two. I actually heard someone say that Lambda represented Satoko, I think? Which is why for the longest time, whenever I saw any sprites of Umineko, I thought that Lambda was representative of Satoko. You know, it would make sense since Rika and Satoko are so close, but to me she looks more like Takano, so I don't know.
どうしたよ。
So, what's wrong?
まずはこの島に合計で何人いるのか赤で語ってもらおうじゃねえか。
First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total?
さもないとお前のカラスは俺に切り込めないぜ。
If you don't, your raven can't cut me up.
やぶれかぶれがこうもやりにくいとは。
How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult.
捨て身というやつはいつの時代も侮れんな。
One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era.
やはり金蔵の孫か。
It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild.
追い詰められれば追い詰められるほどに
The more cornered you are,
不敵。
the bolder you become. I don't know if it cleared his throat. Oh yeah, he's also here. The fucking tension between these two. And then he's just standing there in the room watching them. These two are basically making out with words, and he's just watching them. She's very Takano, but her personality is so close to Satoko. Yeah, I agree 100%. She looks a lot like Takano, but her personality is nothing like Takano. She's very much like Satoko, which probably the intention. Which is why I said that she's kind of a love child. Not exactly a one-to-one. Yeah, no. It's similar though. He's tending to his cookies. Yep. Donove cleared his throat.
膠着しましたね。
It appears to be a stalemate.
せっかくの紅茶も冷めてしまいますよ。
That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting
お
cold.
嬢様。
Milady. Donove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beato probably thought she'd managed to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. And she's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh my god, that reminded me of Deltarune Chapter 5. With Flowery being, sorry to keep you waiting. Or what does he say? Sorry to keep a lady waiting, something like that. Oh my god. Are you happy now?
面白くなってきたぜ。
Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? It's basically, you know how a lot of people are saying chapter 5 is Umineko? It's basically just quoting Matora. Sorry to keep a witch in waiting. Yeah. Oh, she's pissed off.
拉致が開かねえな。
This isn't getting us anywhere.
なら、ズバッと気持ちよく、いつものやつで行こうじゃねえか。
Then, should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual?
ほう。いつものやつとな。
The usual, you say?
ならば頼もうではないか。
Then, by all means.
あれを聞かぬと、やはり始まった気がせぬわ。
If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting. The first move was mine.
行くぜ、ベアト。
Here I go, Beato. Pew pew pew!
副将要求。
Repeat it! he's so silly.
この島には18人しかいない。
On this island, there are only 18 people.
こいつを赤に言われちまったら、俺は18人の誰かを疑わざるを得ない。
If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18.
19人目の仕業にはもうできず、八方塞がりさ。
I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me. God, I love the soundtrack. It's so good.
だが、俺は18人の中に犯人が絶対にいないと信じてる。
However, I believe the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18.
あんな残酷な殺人を18人の誰にも起こせるものか。
There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I don't know if I agree. I feel like some of them would be capable of doing it. Toby Fox, when I get you. Deltarune is a fan entry to the When They Cry series. I can see it.
繰り返すぞ。
I'll say it again.
副将要求。
Repeat it.
この島には18人しかいない。
On this island, there are only 18 people.
拒否する。
I think that's the first time she's making this face, no? God, his hand is so big. Look at it. He can grab her face. Her whole head, actually, in his hand.
理由は明かさない。
I refuse. I won't say why. Phew. I'd avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time, all over again. I actually want to take a screenshot of it. It's not a red truth, but I do want to have this screenshot. Her not saying things or refusing to say things are also kind of important. I'm gonna make a new text channel, Umineko 2! And we're gonna put that in there. My favorite song doesn't show up until episode 7. We still have a long way to go. Why are you trying not to laugh? That's kind of what it looked like. Yeah, the perspective was a little wonky. But I don't know, I thought it was funny. But Beato hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it, even though there was no reason for her not to strike. Even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the knight. A king? I can't read. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. The corporate isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the corporate isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. The human Beatrice. We're getting closer to my theory as to what happened between Beato and Kinzo by her not denying this. Patras is getting there slowly. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades. That emote. Can you explain your theory? It's not really a theory, more so than just I guess it's a theory, it's a thought. I'm thinking that human Beato exists and that she's being held captive in a sort of way. And that's why there's also witch Beato. Witch Beato and human Beato kind of coexist. And she's just kind of being held captive. Since she literally said that she's being kept on this island by Kinzo. So I'm thinking that she might be somewhere, I don't know, in some basement behind bars, being fed every now and then by Kinzo, but realistically, she's basically dead inside. I think I mentioned it when the whole metaphor for like the vase breaking and, you know, it not being as beautiful as before, like, I don't know, maybe she was being kept somewhere and, you know, she literally broke from captivity, something like that. That's what I'm thinking. But she would be really old. She would be really, really old. Beato needs to drop the skincare routine now. If she's like 30... Wait, okay. Looking at her, I'd say she's like... Oh, the outfit makes her look older than she is, probably. She's gonna be in her 20s with this appearance that she has. Especially when she's wearing the other outfit. She looks like she's in her 20s. So add 30 years on top of that, she'd be 50. So she looks fantastic for 50. Also, hello, White Witch. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Hi. Yeah, this is episode 3, yes. I'm on 4, I won't spoil or anything, don't worry. Okay. I hope that you enjoy Umineko as well. Which works, okay. What cackling in the forest as a hermit does for your skin, yep. I don't know, I have a feeling that she's still somewhere on this island. Maybe she's even dead, who knows? Did you just call me the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years a human? I'm gonna let her finish laughing, thank you. For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. I feel like all the characters hate her laugh, but I think it's so beautiful.
いいか、続けるぜ。
Are you ready? I'll keep going.
続けて副将要求。
Again, repeat it.
この島には19人以上がいる。
There are 19 people or more on this island. I want to take a screenshot of this expression. I think it's the first time I'm seeing it, and it's really cute. She really does look like she's holding in a laugh. She's so cute. Oh, I love her so much. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Beato in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game.
拒否してもいいんだぜ。
It's okay to refuse.
お前が赤で言えないなら、この島の合計人数は18プラス X ってことになる。
If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. Her laugh could keep me alive for the next 1,000 years until I become a witch myself. Real, me too. It's a very Mimi face. I think she's just really cute. They also hate Jeshka's way. Yeah, I don't get it. They're all awesome. There's not a single bad woman on this entire island.
この X は初手で許すには相当でかい大駒だぜ。
Actually, I take it back. Let's yeah, accept Rosa. Man, she's so awful, but like in a good way. She's written to be an awful person, and that's good. I don't know. If evil, then why hot? I don't know. It happens so often. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right?
何しろ以後18人の誰にも不可能だったという根拠のトリックは
After all, from now on, all of the tricks that were impossible for the
全て
18
18人以外の人間 X で説明可能になる。
can be explained with a human X who isn't in that group.
全員アリバイ系の密室を全て打ち破れる大駒だ。
This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. Could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. It looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beata was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because, in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. They can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information. Or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really being pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation.
どうしたよ。
What's wrong?
繰り返すぜ。
I'll say it again.
苦笑よけ。
Repeat it! I like that the music
19人以上がいる。
just at the right time too. Rosa is very well written, and knowing her backstory and her dad, it makes total sense why she's like that, but also, god damn it, Rosa be better. I agree. Like, her experiences and like her trauma and everything she went through, it sucks, and I understand why she turned out to be this way, but it still sucks that she is this way, you know? I feel really bad for her, but damn, I can understand it. I understand, but I don't support. Turns out there's only 10 people here and everyone's mass hallucinating 8 guys. That'd be interesting. Rosa is so well written and nuanced, but I hate her. Yeah, I agree. I really don't like her, even though I understand what she went through. But she's still, I don't know, saying that I don't like her isn't right either. I dislike what she does, but I don't hate her as a character, you know? That's what I mean. Repeated! There are 19 people or more on this island. I'm scared. I refuse. That was really cute, the way she did the At the end of Beato's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Beato refused to speak in red, even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game.
拒否した。
You refused,
ということは今後、
which means that from now
俺
on,
は18人以外の架空人物 X を何人でも使い放題ってことになるぜ。
I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want.
好きにするがよい。
Do as you wish.
わらわはそなたの復唱を拒否した。
I have refused to repeat what you have told me.
今はそれで十分である。
Isn't that enough for now?
拒否の理由は
The reason for my refusal is
いや、今はまだ明かさ
no, I won't tell you yet.
ぬ。いずれすぐにわかる。
Anyway, you'll know soon enough. I don't know why she made it sound so sad.
もったいぶりやがってよ。
Still acting tough, I see.
あえて使わぬ赤もまた赤らしい使い方に。
Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it.
そなたは赤き宝刀と呼んだな。
You called it my treasured sword.
愉快な例え。
A pleasant
わ
metaphor.
らわも使おう。
I will use it too.
宝刀は抜かぬうちが花い。
A treasured sword is at its best when it is sheathed.
むしろ抜かぬことによって醸せる畏怖というものもある。
In fact, there are times it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed. I have issues with that word. I'm so sorry. Sheathed. Moe. The little sweat drop on her face. It's really good. Love the PS3 art too, but this got a certain vibe to it that is unmatched. I like the PS3 sprites for sure, but I don't know. I really love Ryukishi's art. It's really beautiful to me. I'm also just so used to it at this point. Like, when I see the console sprites, I'm like, yeah, they're good, but Ryukishi, he's right here with his beautiful art. It's so good. And all the expressions, I really love them. There's nothing like it, in my opinion. I actually think the pachinko ones are the ones that are the Steam ones, right? The manga gamer ones. I think they're actually okay-ish for Umineko, at least the ones that I've seen. They were not so great for Higurashi, but for Umineko, I think they're fine. They're not that bad. They're not as good as the other two options, though, but not that bad. He captures such specific emotions with his faces, 100% agree. Some are very questionable. So far the ones that I've seen are, you know, they're fine.
そうだな。
Anyway, That's right.
俺はお前がいつ赤でひっくり返してくるか常に念頭に置いて戦わなければならない。
As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red
こいつ
sword
は
words.
えれえプレッシャーだ。
It's some pretty serious pressure.
それに復唱を拒否される方が辛い場合もある。
And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me.
何しろ俺の読みが正しいから拒否できないのか
Those times I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right.
ミスリードにはまって泳がされてるのか区別がつかないからな。
Or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about. I don't know, this last time that she said that she would refuse and that she wouldn't tell him the reason why. It sounded like, you know, there is another person, but their state of being might not be very human person-like. I don't know. It sounded kind of sad the way that she said it. It kind of sounded like how she sounds like when she's talking about her history with Kinzo, you know? Maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm overthinking it, probably. But never stop thinking.
そういう意味ではなるほど
If you think of it that way, yeah.
抜かずの宝刀ってわけだ。
It's a sheathed, treasured sword.
な
So what?
あ、同じ突き落とすなら少しでも高いところに行かせてからに限る。
If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first.
まだ始まったばかり。
We still have barely begun.
まだまだ。
Much is left to come.
この勝負は今はわらわがリザインする。
I'll resign from this challenge.
淡き勝利に今は酔え。
Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now.
今はね。
But only for now. Truth Nuke. Hello, Hazian Schwartz. Welcome in. We'll be doing good today. The way that could look so much better in the console version that I couldn't do him dirty like that. I do agree. I think his expressions are really good in the Ryukishi sprites though, but he does look really good in the console sprites. Batara has won! Yeah. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit until I was greeted by the sound of Ronove's applause.
お見事です、バトラ様。
Spectacular, Batora-sama. I can just imagine him. Like, he's really sarcastic with his words. Somehow he would find a way to sarcastically clap, too.
まずは序盤はバトラ様有利の展開でスタートというところでしょうか。
Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development.
さあな
Who knows?
この駒が俺の手でもぎ取ったものなのか
I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my
取
move,
るよう誘導されたものかはまだわからねえな
or whether she guided me into taking it.
どうせお前のことだ
After all, knowing you,
俺が罠にはまり始めてるのを知ってて白々しく拍手をしてるんだろ
you probably know I'm being led into a trap and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? Well, sarcastically clapping. Batara's acting big, but he's like 10 to 1 right now. I would say 2. If this is a win, then he won with a chapel 1 or 2 times. So it's like maybe 10 to 3. Let's be fair. I've never seen Gintama, unfortunately. Someday.
まさか。
How could you think that?
序盤とはいえ、お嬢様より一本を奪った手腕を純粋に祝福いたしております。
I'm innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at Milady, even though it is only the first round.
何しろお嬢様はすぐ増長するお方。
In any event, Milady is a person who's quick to become
た
arrogant.
まにはこのような刺激も良い薬かと思いますよ。
I believe that a little encouragement, such as this, can be good medicine every once in a while.
お前んとこの執事ほんと口悪いな
This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue.
であろう
He does, doesn't he?
たまにわらわでもカチンとくるぞ。
Sometimes he ticks me off as well.
それはそれは
I love her
大
so
変
much.
失礼いたし
She's
ました
so cute. My, how incredibly rude of me.
さあさあ、お嬢様にバトラ様、
Well then, milady, Batara-sama,
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですかな。
how would you like some more black tea?
まだゲームは始まったばかりでございます。
The game has still barely begun.
ゲームを彩るお茶とお菓子はどうかこの私めにお任せを。
Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game.
どうぞお気兼ねなくゲームをおすすめになってください。
I ask that you continue your game without any reservations. Man, I wish I had tea and cookies right now.
そうさせてもらう。
I will.
先を進めるぜ。
Let's move forward.
これからが本番だ。
Now is when it really starts.
よかろう。
Very well.
時計を進めようではないか。
Let us advance the clock.
どの上紅茶を頼む。
Donove, black tea, please.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
クッキーは？
How about a cookie?
いらぬ。
I don't need one.
ベルゼブブにあれば喜ぼう。
Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy.
しばし沈黙せよ。
Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes.
よかろう。
I wouldn't say that Batara has won regarding the chapel, considering he still has no explanation for it. Yeah, okay, well, he hasn't completely won, you're right. He has, like, an explanation for the key, and how the key was, gotten? I don't know. But he doesn't know how the whole murder actually went.
わらわがどうして初手にて赤で語るのを拒否したのか。今より分からせてやろうぞ。
Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move?
何？
What?
上等じゃねえかよ。
Bring it on.
お手並み拝見と行くぜ。
Show me what you've got.
やはり見逃すには惜しい大駒よ。
Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it.
拙速かもしれぬが動かせてもらおう。
It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move.
赤は使わぬが今よりそれをわらわに代わってローザが説明する。
I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Rosa?
聞くがよい。
Listen.
.もちろん私も同意よ。
He's only not lost certain fights, hasn't won. Okay, I agree. I've been waiting for this. I've also been waiting for this. Oh boy. Okay. Of course, I think the same
ロ
way.
ーザもそうでしょ。
Rosa does too, right?
ローザ
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
私も同じよ。
Me too.
同意するわ。
I think that too was not listening.
どうしたんやローザさん。
What's wrong, Rosa-san?
あんたさっきからずいぶんおとなしいな。
You've been really quiet for a while now.
体調でも悪いんとちゃうか？
Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights. But even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. I was actually thinking the same thing. She wasn't very vocal at all. The whole time, she had hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else.
あんたさっきからぼんやりしてるわよ。
You've been in a daze for a while now.
そんなので遺産が守れると思ってるの？
You think you can protect the inheritance like that?
あんたも一児の母なんだから、もっとしっかりなさいよ。
You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
朝がだいぶ早かったんじゃないかね。
Did you wake up really early in the morning?
体調が悪いなら無理をしない方がいいだろう。
If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it.
客室に
ベッドの用意がありますよ。
The beds in our guest rooms have been prepared. My dog just got up.
お休みになってはいかがですか？
I don't know what she's doing. I think she's sitting in front of the door. How about taking a rest?
ご案内しますよ。
I'll guide you.
いえ大丈夫です。
No, I'm
あり
fine.
がとう。
Thank you.
どうしたんだ？
What is it?
何か心配事でもあるのか？
Is there something you're worrying about? I'm kind of surprised they're all so interested in why she's so silent and in thought. They're actually caring about it.
いえ別に。
No, not really.
そう？
Is that so?
さっきからずっと心ここにあらずという感じよ。
It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time.
そしてそれは今私たちがしている議題と何か関係があるんじゃないかしら。
I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kiria's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either.
いえ
No, Also, thank you for the hydrated posture check. She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual.
どうしたんだ？さっきからおかしいぞ。何か思うことでもあるのか？
What is it? You've been weird for a while. Did you think of something?
わしら全員で団結しようって誓い合ったばかりやないか。
We all just swore to remain united, didn't we?
一人で悩むなんて水臭い話やで。
Don't hold back worrying by yourself.
話したってな。
We said we'd talk.
ローザ、話しなさい。
Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation.
いえ
No,
ベアトリーチェっていうお父様の愛人って
this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice,
本当に
I was wondering if she's still
生きてるのかしらって思って。
alive.
はあ？
I was wondering the same thing.
そりゃ生きてるに決まってるでしょ
Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's alive?
う。こうして手紙を送ってくるぐらいだもの。
After all, she was able to send that letter to us.
元気かどうかは別の問題だろうけどね。
Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though.
肖像画の美女も今じゃきっといいお年だろうぜ。
The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now.
元気やと思うで。
I'd say she's healthy.
金のことで悪知恵働くやつは決まっていくつになっても元気や。
People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get.
案外悪巧みは最高の回春剤かもしらへんで。
Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. I said earlier that she might be like around 50, but if he met her way before even... Oh god, I don't know. She could be older than 50. Spill it, Rosa. Come on.
生きてるはず
She shouldn't be
ないの。
alive. She seems scared as hell.
今なんて？
Huh? What did you just say?
ベアトリーチェは
Beatrice is
死んでるのよ。
dead. I
私が殺した。
killed her. Excuse me, what?
なんだって？
What did you say?
どういうことよ、ローザ？
What do you mean, Rosa?
でも私が殺したわけじゃ。
But it wasn't really me who killed her.
でも私があんなところに連れ出したから。
Though I did bring her to a place like that.
やっぱり私が殺したのよ。
No, I did kill her after all.
あれは夢だと思い込もうとし
I tried to make myself believe it was a dream.
やっぱりあれは夢じゃなかったのよ。
But it wasn't really a dream, was it?
だからこれはベアトリチェの亡霊からの手紙なのよ。
Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. No wonder she's freaking out. What? I'm sorry, I have to screenshot that. She killed her? Ah, my mask. God, I need to buy a new one. I did bring her to a place like that. Maybe she really is locked up, and that's basically the same as killing her. I don't know. I just want to believe in my own theory. I'm putting that in my Umineko 2 channel. This is insane. Rosa as a murderer. Got it. I'm not surprised. She's a child abuser and she murdered the best character. Well, I guess she didn't murder her with her own 2 hands. And imagine how she must have felt when Maria said that she was friends with a witch from Rokenjima. Oh god, yeah. I wonder if this is like true in all the episodes, because we've never seen her freak out like this. And like, she's even seen her. She has met her and she hasn't reacted like this. So I'm kind of surprised to see her react like this now. It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about.
どうか落ち着いて。
Calm yourself,
ローザさん。
Rosa-san.
わしには何がないやらさっぱりや。
I have absolutely no clue what's going on.
もう死んどる？
Already dead?
どういう意味なんや？
What do you mean?
2つの意味があると思うわ。
I think it means 2 things.
まず1つ目は言葉通りの意味。
First, its literal meaning.
そしてもう1つは私たちの想像が正しかったことを裏付けるもの。
And second, it backs up our earlier guess.
ということは
Which
ロ
means
ーサはベアトリーチェに会ったことがあるというのか。
Rosa has met with Beatrice, right?
そんな話ローザの口からは一度も聞いたことがないわ。
I've never heard Rosa mention anything like this.
ローザいつよ。
Rosa, when was it?
あなたは一体いつベアトリーチェに会ったのよ。
When could you possibly have met Beatrice?
昔よ。
She didn't murder the best character. Go, that's fine. Takes notes. I don't think we've ever seen a sibling talk go this long or this in depth. I'm really, I don't know. I love the amount of information that I'm getting. It's all very vague, but I kind of love it. You know, we haven't gotten something like this.
ずっと昔よ。
Long ago, long ago.
まだこの島に引っ越してきたばかりで、私は幼かった。
I just moved over to the island and I was still young.
私は悪くないの。私が殺したわけじゃ。
It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. I'm taking a screenshot. I need to piece this together if she isn't gonna say it herself. I'm scared of it being lost in the log.
落ち着け。
Calm down.
でもお前を責めちゃいねえぜ。
Nobody's blaming you for anything, right?
まず水でも飲め。
First, drink some water. Okay, drinking some water right now.
夏日さん、水差しを頼む。
Okay, Natsu-san, the picture, please.
はい。どうぞ、ローザさん。
Yes, here you go,
どう
Rosa-san.
か落ち着いて。
Please, calm yourself. They're locking in, yep. Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Please, no, wait! Take me back, please take me back. Don't shut me out of the room. Please. You can't do this, Hirokishi, not again, please. Not for the 1 billionth time. No. Oh, We'll get there eventually, man.
ベアトリーチ。
Whoa, Kinzo. Okay, I'm locking the fuck in. Okay. I'm trying not to lose my mind. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in 4 minutes, so I think this is a good point to take that break so that we can lock in. I want to lock in on this. Okay, yeah, he's outside. Kinzo touching grass. It's crazy. Okay, I'll be right back in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, took a minute longer. I went to go grab a bite of a piece of bread. I was hungry. Hello, Patoy. Welcome in. Episode 3 kicks so much ass. It's really fun. This is really, really fun. I'm having a blast. This is so good. Oh my god, I love this novel. I'm going to lock in Jiman now. That's good. That's good. Yep. That's really good. Okay, I'm ready.
先ほどから呼んでおる。
Beatrice, I've been calling to you for some time now.
聞こえなんだか？
Did you not hear me? Moo!
そうであったか。
Were you? Isn't that also what Satoshi says?
すまぬ。
But she sounds so different. My apologies.
ぼんやり考え事をしていた。
I was lost in thought.
許せ。
Forgive me. Huh, is that the same? Oh, maybe telling me would be a spoiler, but I don't know if it's the same VA and if it's just younger Beato or not. But maybe don't tell me. It's fine.
良い天気だな。
The weather is pleasant.
なるほど。陽気に心を奪われるのもわかるというもの。
Yes, I can understand how the weather has stolen your heart.
紅茶はここで飲むか。
Do you have your black tea here? My sweet pea.
わらわは何者なのか。
Who am I?
今紅茶を持ってくる。
Okay. I'll bring some tea now.
しばし待て。
Wait here for a while.
紅茶は良い。
Forget about the tea.
わらわの話に付き合え。
Talk with me.
うん。
Very
よ
well.
かろう。
Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being. But his attempt had been very transparent. I sat in a garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. Talking about his age, he really is an old guy, with her being really, really young. She's so skilled if it's the same, I can't tell. Yeah, aside from KBC Jazz saying it, even though I asked not to tell me, I do think that she said yoi again, and she said it in the same way that she usually does, so I was thinking that it's probably the same VA, but it's really good. Whatever. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence.
わらわは何者なのか。
Who am I?
この問いに今日まで答えてくれた者はおらぬ。
Until today, no one has answered this
な
question.
ぜか皆目をそらし、はぐらかす。
For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me.
そなたとは長い仲だ。
I have known you for a long
わ
time.
らわはそなたを無二の友であり、そして父ですらあると思っておる。
I think of you as my best friend, even as a father.
だからどうか教えてほしい。
That is why I want so much for you to tell me.
そなたは知っているはずだ。
You should know
わらわが何者であるかを。
who I am.
なぜにそのようなことが気になるのか。
Why are you worried about something like that?
そなたはベアトリーチェ。
You are Beatrice,
この屋敷の主ではないか。
the master of this mansion. Is that not so?
それ以上の何を知りたいというのか。
What more could you want to know? Oh,
わからぬ。
look at that expression. She's so cute. I do not know.
なんだ
What's this?
何が知りたいのか自分でもわからぬというのか
Don't you even understand what it is you want to know?
それは不可解な
How mysterious.
若き日には出口なき思考の迷路にて遊びたくなることもある
In one's youth, there are times no one wants to play in the maze of thought that has no exit.
そなたの悩みもそれであろう
Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kenzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning.
やはりそなたもそれを語ってはくれぬのか。
So you won't tell me after all?
語ることなど何もない
There's nothing to tell.
そなたはベアトリーチェだ
You are Beatrice.
それで十分ではないか
Isn't that more than enough? You're just evading her questions the whole time! He feels like one of those people who've always been old. Yeah, there's people like that, right? She's unbelievably cute, right? Yeah, I totally get that. It's kind of weird when I had this with a teacher of mine in school where he was like the most old man a man could be. And it's like I cannot imagine this guy as anything else than an old man like he is right now, and it's kind of difficult to see people any other way than, you know, the way that you see them right in that moment. And then when you see them at a different point in time, it's like, whoa, who is this? But I feel like it's especially true with old people. Also, a little bit with children, since, like, I feel like... I don't know, children change so much, it's like you can't even imagine them looking anything like an older version of themselves.
いや違う。
No, that's not it.
わらわが知りたいのは名前ではない。
What I wish to know is not my name.
わらわが
I want to know
何者なのか。
who I am.
わらわが誰で何で
Who am I? What am I?
いつからここにいてそしていつまでここで日々を過ごせばよいのか。
How long have I been here, and how long will I have to continue my days here?
やはり紅茶を持ってこよう
Kenzo, I really should bring some black
せ
tea.
っかくの陽気がもったいないとは思わぬか
Don't you think it a waste of all this fine weather? My god, please. She really is like a prisoner.
これは何の話だ
What's this all about?
どうやらお前の昔話のようだが
It looks like it's probably the story of your past, right?
そのようだな。
Something like that.
まさかここまで遡るとは。
To think I would go this far back.
自分は誰なのかとはまた
Looks like you had some pretty deep worries even then.
えらく高尚な悩みをお持ちのようじゃねえか
Wondering who you were.
無理もないわ。
That is to be expected.
当時のわらわは自分が何者なのか、
At the time, I was unable to understand who I was,
何のために生きているのかを理解できなかった。
or why I was alive.
ま誰でも思春期になると
Well, in puberty.
自分の生きる意味とは何ぞやみたいな哲学的な悩みに一度はとらわれるものさ
Everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is in their life. Batara cannot read between the lines. Oh my
他
god.
にもそんな微笑ましい時期があっただけという話だろ
Doesn't this just prove you had a charming period like that at one point? No, Batara, that's not what happened there. It really is locked. Yeah, I mean, she isn't able to leave, apparently. And she isn't even told what she's doing here. Also, why is, like... Oh, the background is kind of messed up, isn't it? I don't think it's supposed to be like that.
わらわは生まれた時からその屋敷におった。
I'd been in that mansion since the time of my birth. This is the same mansion that we see in the beginning of the episode. And I don't know if this is like the same as the Ushiromiya mansion
そして屋敷の
anyway.
中だけで生きた。
And I've lived only inside the
も
mansion.
ちろん庭には出られたが、敷地はとても高い柵で囲まれており、それを出ることはできず。
Of course, I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I was unable to leave through
ま
it.
た出てはならないと厳しく言われておった。
And I was told severely that I mustn't leave.
わらわはな、屋敷と庭は自由に歩けたが、
I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the
そ
garden.
の外へは自らの意志ではたった一歩出ることさえ叶わなかった。
But outside of that, not once was my desire to take just one step outside of my own accord granted. Yep, a literal prisoner.
そりゃどういう意味だよ。
What do you mean by that?
物心ついた時からずっとカゴの鳥だったって言いたいのか？
Are you trying to say that as far back as you can remember, you were always a bird in a cage?
そういうものだと思っていた。
That's what I thought at the time.
何しろ気づいた時からそういう生活だったからな。
After all, as soon as I became aware, I was living like that.
疑問にも思わなかっ
I didn't even think to question it.
お前一体何者なんだ？
Who in the world are you?
た。それよ、
That's it.
それこそわらわもまた望んだものだ。
That is what I also hope to know.
どうせ人間ではなくて魔女でしたって言いやがるんだろ？
I'm sure you'll say something like, I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right?
いや違
No, that's not true.
う。まだ違
That isn't true yet.
う。いや、かつてそうだったと言うべきか。
Or should I say that was once the case?
わらわは金蔵によって作られた。人間によって作られた人間
I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a
だ。
human.
いや、肉でできた檻とでも言うべきか。
No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. I'm taking a screenshot. This is intriguing me.
なんだよそりゃ。
What the hell?
妙な話を言い出しやがって。
This is getting weird. Deltarune, oh my god, true. Human soul in parts. Oh my god.
どうせそなたは信じぬだろうがな。
You probably won't believe it anyway.
まずは聞け。
But listen first.
わらわは千年を経た偉大なる魔女であった。
I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years.
しかしある時、金蔵によって呼び出され、
But at one point, I was summoned by Kinzo.
その秘術にて永遠の虜となるよう縛られたのだ。
And by that hidden art, I was bound as his prisoner for eternity.
そりゃ初耳だぜ。
Never heard that before.
後ろ宮家で知られてる話では、お前はじい様に呼び出されて、
From what we hear in the Ushiromiya family, you were summoned by grandfather.
悪魔の契約みたいなのを結んで、黄金を授けたってことになってるぜ。
Made something like a devil's contract with him and gave him the gold.
うん、
Indeed.
それは正しい。
That is correct.
そしてわらわは黄金を授け、契約の終わる時まで姿を消すはずだった。
Then I was supposed to vanish until the contract was complete.
しかし、まあモテる女の辛いとこよな。
But, well, popular women have it rough.
金蔵はこともあろうか、わらわに恋をし
By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Gulp.
じいさまも金眼が進んでたんだろうよ。
Stop! Why would you say that? Ah, shut up, Batara, forever, forever, and ever, and ever. I hate him. Love finds its way to Batara, maybe. She's absorbing his mannerisms. Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad.
ついでに乱視だな。
With astigmatism too.
よりによってお前に惚れるとはよ。
To fall in love with you of all things. Wow, you're so stupid.
まあわらわにとっては迷惑この上ない話よ。
Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome.
しかし人間の力とは恐ろしいもので
However, the power of humans is a frightening thing.
な。あれは恐ろしい力を発揮して、わらわをこの地へ釘付けにしたのだ。
He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place.
わらわが首を縦に振らぬ限り、解放せぬと言ってね。
He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement.
なんとも強引な男よ。
Such an overbearing man.
すげえじゃねえかよ。
Isn't that awesome?
じいさまがオカルトかぶれなのは誰もが知るところだが。
Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult.
大魔女ベアトリーチェ様を釘付けにするほどの力があったとはな。
But who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
そんなおかしな話信じると思うか。
Who'd believe such a weird story?
やはり信じぬか。
As I thought you don't believe.
俺が信じるのはお前が森の中の秘密屋敷に隠居していたって事実だけだ。
All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest.
お前こそが六軒島の19人目なんだろう。
You're the 19th person on the Rokenjima, right? Can he shut up?
いかにも。
Indeed.
そなたの想像通り、ここは六軒島の森深く。
Just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rokenjima.
外界からは見つけることもかなわぬ隠し屋敷。
A hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world.
その名もクワドリア。
Its name is Kuadorian? Nine Birds Retreat. I'm gonna screenshot that too. That is intriguing.
そういやゲストハウスの正しい名はトライアンだって聞いたな。
Come to think of it, I heard the guest's house real name was Torayan Visitor's Retreat.
なるほど。ネーミングセンスは近いな。
I see, the naming sense is similar.
そしてお前はそこに隠居していたじい様の愛人。
So you were grandfather's mistress who lived here in secret.
そうだな。
Isn't that right?
愛人というのは正しくない。
Mistress isn't the right way to say it.
金蔵の片思いであったと言うべきだろう。
You should probably call it Kenzo's unrequited love. Oh my god, this is so bad. This is so bad. I knew that she wasn't, returning the interest that he's had in her. I kind of hated the fact that everyone was like, oh yeah, she's his mistress and stuff, because that implies that it's mutual, but it's not mutual. I never had the impression that it was mutual. You don't hate Kinzo enough, not yet. They didn't know that. Yeah, well, okay, that's true. I have the benefit that I get to listen to her and, read the room.
先ほども話したであろう。
But it's so sad. I spoke of it just now, correct?
あれが勝手にわらわに惚れ
He fell in love with me of his own
た。
accord.
そしてわらわに求愛したが、それをわらわは拒んだ。
He then courted me, but I rejected him.
そして、わらわをこの隠し屋敷へ閉じ込めたのだ。
Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion.
いや、屋敷に閉じ込めたというのは正しくないか。
No, that's not quite right.
この体に閉じ込めたというべきか。
It would be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh god, I have some new some new theories, but I'm gonna keep them to myself until we come to an end for today. I'm gonna mention my thoughts after this. I don't want to interrupt her explaining this.
最後が何を言ってるのかわかんねえぜ。
Hold on, I'm taking a screenshot. This is very important. I've got no idea what you said at the end there.
どうせそなたはバカにして聞かぬであろう。
You will just make fun of it and refuse to listen, right?
何しろ魔女も魔法も信じぬという。
After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic.
語れど聞く耳を持たぬというならば、
If you have no ears to hear what I tell
そ
you,
れを口にするは愚の骨頂だ。
saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness.
信じるかどうかは俺が判断するぜ。
I'll decide whether I believe it or not.
聞かなきゃ話も進まねえしな。
After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue.
話せよ。
Tell
お
me.
前の昔話を。
Let's hear the story from your past.
うん。
Very well.
金蔵はわらわに求愛を拒まれたが、それ式でへこたれる男ではない。
I refused Kinza when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that.
どうあってもわらわの首を縦に振らせたかった。
He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement no matter what. That is messed up. That is so messed up. Got dad zoned. What hope is there for the rest of us? Dude, have you seen the guy? There was no other option.
わらわをこの屋敷へ閉じ込め、わらわを口説き落とそうと永遠の時間を費やしたのだ。
He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. That is messed up.
強引なやつだな。
Talk about
し
overbearing.
つこい男は嫌われるだろ。
Guess no one likes obstinate men, huh?
求愛に応えるかどうかは別にして、
Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not,
男をそこまで必死にさせるのは、まあ女としてそう不愉快ではない。
having a man so desperate for me was, well, as a woman, it wasn't so unpleasant. Disagree.
しかしわらわは決して首を縦には振らなかっ
However, I never accepted his
た。
proposal.
なんとかその戒めから逃れようとしたが、
I tried to find some way to break through his guard.
彼の結界は強固で破れなかっ
That barrier was firm and I couldn't crack it.
それで
And then,
た。さまざまな抵抗を試みた結果、
after trying to resist in various ways,
金蔵の結界から逃れるには肉の体を捨てるほかないという結論に至った。
I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh.
肉体というものは魔法を語る上でとても制約の多い器なのだ。
The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user.
肉の体を捨てる
Throw away your body of flesh?
なんだよそれ。
What does that mean?
幽体離脱みたいなものか
Something like an out-of-body experience?
まあそんなものと考えればよ
Well, if you wanna think of it that way.
い。しかしわらわは精霊ではない。
However, I am no spirit.
魔女ではあっても、もともとは肉の体で生まれ落ちた人間だ。
Even though I am a witch, in the beginning, I was born with a human's body of flesh.
そのわらわにとって肉体を捨てるということは
So, for me, throwing away that physical body,
死を意味するほどではないにしても、それに準ずる覚悟が必要だった。
while it didn't mean the same thing as death, it did require a similar level of resolve. I'm taking so many screenshots. I gotta go, but this was really fun. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Batara is really incredible. He's one of a kind.
それはつまり
So, in other words,
自殺することでしか解放されないと決意したって意味なのか
you decided that you couldn't be released except by suicide, is that it?
自殺ではない。
It wasn't
あ
suicide.
くまでも肉の体を捨てるだけのこと
It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh.
だ。もちろん魂だけになるのは心もとない。
Of course, becoming nothing more than soul is a precarious situation.
魂は肉の体を出れば太陽の強い風に絶えずさらされてしまう。
When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it is constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun.
それによって吹き散らされないように自らを維持するのはわらわとて容易なことではない。
It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them.
できることなら避けたい最後の手段だ。
It was a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could.
しかし金蔵の結界から逃れるにはそれしかなかったのだ。
However, there was no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier.
何しろわらわは自由人。
Anyway, I am an unfettered person.
金蔵の生が果てるまでカゴにて飼われるのはごめんというもの。
I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't see the stuff Beato kept going on about throwing away her body of flesh, as anything more than suicide. Grandfather persistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death?
それで自殺したってのか
My god. Thinking about Higure now, me too! I don't want to say too much, but it's... I have so many theories in my brain right now. Batara just said what I was thinking, but what does Rosa have to do with this? I wonder. That does like a computer exposed to solar winds. Something like that. So you're saying you committed suicide?
何を言ってやがる
What are you talking about, Batara, please?
当のお前はそこでのんびりガーデンチェアに腰掛けてるじゃねえか
Isn't that you sitting carefree there in the garden chair?
そうだ。
That's right.
それこそが金蔵によって与えられた新たな檻だったのだ。
That is the new cage I was given by Kinzo.
檻
Cage?
この屋敷のことか
You mean this mansion? No, Batara!
違う。そこのガーデンチェアにてくつろぐわらわの体のことだ。
No, I mean my body relaxing in the garden chair over there.
金蔵は魂となって抜け出そうとしたわらわを
Even though I was so desperate to escape that I became not but a
そ
soul,
れでもなお逃すつもりはなかったのだ。
Kinzo still had no intention of letting me go.
いやいや恐ろしいやつ。
Oh, he was a fearsome person.
普通は片思いの女が死んでみせれば100年の恋も冷めるであろうに。
Normally, when the object of one's unrequited love shows that she's willing to die, it should be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if their love has lasted 100 years.
だからこそあれも魔術師の端くれなのだ。
Perhaps that's why even he managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. That is messed up. This is so messed up. Matara's crazy, man.
さっぱりわからねえ魔女っ子トークで煙に巻くな
Don't try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. I think he's just in denial. He's like, what she's describing can't be anything else other than, you know, something that I can grasp, which would be suicide. But it sounds really stupid when he says it like this.
つまりなんだってんだ
What exactly are you trying to say?
金蔵は魂となったわらわすらも逃さなかったということだ。
That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul.
人間の思いというやつは恐ろしい。
Human emotions are terrifying.
これほどまでの魔力を発揮するとは。
To think he would be able to exhibit such power.
死者の魂をつなぎ止めるなど
Tying down a dead soul.
それを専門に弓道する魔術師でもおいそれと至れぬ境地よ。
It's not something that can be accomplished easily, not even for a magician who specializes in such matters.
わらわはそれを知るからこそ金蔵の恐るべき魔力にその時初めて驚愕した。
Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical power shocked me for the first time.
そして金蔵はわらわの魂を捕まえ連れ戻したのだ。
Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back.
だが魂を捕らえておく檻は鉄でも鉛でも作れない。
However, a cage to hold a seized soul cannot be made from iron or lead.
ただ一つを除いて
Only one thing remained.
なんだよ。
What?
魔法の檻だとでも言い出すのかよ。
You aren't gonna say it was a magical cage or something, are you?
違う。
Wrong.
わらわやそなたのようなこの肉の体だ。
It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine.
肉と血でできた檻だけが魂をこの世につなぎ止める。
Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world.
金蔵はわらわの魂をわらわと瓜二つに作り上げた肉の檻に再び閉じ込めたのだ。
Kinzo shut my soul up in a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me.
要約するとこういうことか。
So, to sum up, it's like
じい
this.
様がしつこく求愛するんで嫌になり自殺したが、
Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, and you committed suicide. My goodness.
うまく死にきれなかったってことだろ。
What are you even saying? Oh my god. But you weren't clever enough to finish the job?
張りくどい言い方しやがってからに。
Damn, you really took a roundabout way to say something like that. I can't. I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but my guy, I get that you're trying to like deny her magic stuff, but like come on. Why are you still saying it like this? He has to reject magic. He has to. I want to take a screenshot of this. I have an idea. He's trying to get a human story out of this. Yep.
いいや違う。
No, that's wrong.
わらわはホムンクルスの種子に魂を閉じ込められ
My soul was shut up in the seed of a oh my god, homunculus? Okay, there we
試
go, I
験管
think.
の中より生まれ入れたのだ。
And I was born out of a test tube.
はあ？バカバカしい。
But that's crazy.
そんなのあるわけねえだろ。
That isn't even possible, right?
生命を生み出す奇跡すらも金蔵は成し遂げたのだ。
Kenzo accomplished even the miracle of creating life.
わらわの魂を閉じ込める檻にするためだけにな。
And simply to shut my soul up in that cage.
己の恋心だけでこれほどの魔力を見せるとは。
That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love.
くづく恐ろしいやつよ。
A thoroughly terrifying person.
ああ、もうさすがにバカバカしくなってきたぜ。
Ugh, it's already gotten pretty
好
ridiculous.
きなだけ言ってろってんだ。
Say whatever you want.
俺は何も信じねえぜ。
I won't believe anything. Wow. After he was like, oh, I'll decide for myself if I choose to believe it or not. I was like, okay, he's actually being mature about this. He's willing to hear her out. But then he's like, oh, so you committed suicide times 3. And then he's like, I won't believe anything, actually.
勝手にやってやがれってんだ。
Just do what you like. Moo. I love her. She has little patience for the... Oh, he has little patience for the witch nonsense. If she's not going to give it to him straight, he's not interested. Yep. Pretty much.
なんだその不愉快な態度は。
What's with this unpleasant attitude?
最初は何か重大なヒントが隠されているだろうと多少の興味を示したが、
In the beginning, I showed a little interest, thinking that there might be some huge hint hidden here.
聞けば聞くほどおかしな話になっていく。
But the more I ask, the weirder the story starts to get.
魔女を否定するゲームのはずなのに。
I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches,
いつの間にか魔女話を鵜呑みにさせられていく気がするぜ。
I'm suddenly being forced to just swallow this story about witches.
悪いがこれ以上耳を貸す気はねえな。
Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore.
勝手に好きなだけほざいてろよ。
Just keep rambling on to yourself as much as you want. Oh my god, I wanna fucking knock him over.
耳クソでもほじってるからよ。
I'll be over here picking at my earwax or something. Oh, look at her face. She's so cute. No, please. I took a screenshot. She's too beautiful. Look at her. She's so cute. When I started acting cold, Battle seemed unusually discouraged. Bro, you're not even trying to listen to her stuff! Bro, she's trying to tell you about her fucked up backstory and you're like, whatever, I don't believe you. What do you expect? This guy, Okay, I need to stay calm. That Margot emote is so good. Oh. This episode actually just turned me feral. Little baby puppy left outside in a cardboard box in the rain. Yeah! Oh my god. Of course, her expression was still shameless. But in that really easy to understand expression of hers, I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. You think? You really think so? Yeah? For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful. So even though I kept my careless attitude, I decided to cover for her slightly. Damn it, even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her because her chromosomes are excellent. No, I think that's just called sympathy, Batara. I think that's just called being an okay human and having a little bit of sympathy.
ま、信じる気は毛頭ねえけどよ。
Oh, you were oh, that's not even a link. I'm sorry that your message was deleted. You just typed this. I think Batara expected her to be a little tougher than that. That's the impression that I'm getting, but she's like clearly trying to be vulnerable, and the fact that he's not getting this is actually driving me a little bit insane. Like, I get it. He's like, oh, you know, we keep insulting each other, we keep making fun of each other, we're super mean to each other, haha, that's our dynamic, so I'm gonna keep doing that, and she's tough and whatever. But like, it's clear that she's trying to be vulnerable here and actually talking truthfully about what her past was like, and I don't know. He's not reading the room. Well, I've got absolutely no desire to believe you, but
続けろよ。
keep going.
お茶菓子代わりに聞いてやるぜ。
Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack.
わらわの身の上話が茶化扱いとはな。
So you treat the story of my past like nothing more than a snack.
そこまでこき下ろされてまでのこのこ語ると思うか？
Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? That's my favorite face. After I made fun of her, Beato reacted a little sensitively. That sentence is crazy. That sentence is insane. I made fun of her and she reacted accordingly. Oh my god, that's so weird. How could that happen? Huh. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then, my black teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me.
お嬢様の魂は捕らえられ、新しい生命の檻に吹き込まれました。
Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of a new life.
それはつまり、お嬢様が再び人間として生を受けたということです。
In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it.
ロノウェ、もうその話はよい。
Ronove, enough of
こや
that.
つはバカバカしくて危険と言うでな。
This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to.
わらわもバカバカしくて話す気にもならぬ。
Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to.
新しいクッキーを今焼かせているところでございます。
I'm baking some new cookies right now.
それまでお茶菓子代わりにお嬢様の昔話がちょうどいいかと思いまして。
Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Wow.
もうわらわの話は良いというのに。
Didn't I say that's enough talking about me?
揃って不愉快な奴らだ。
Such unpleasant people, the lot of you.
わらわは席を外すぞ。
I'm leaving.
ロノウェ、給仕を済ませたらとっとと下がるのだぞ。
Ronove, serve our food and then go.
バトラと無駄話などするでないぞ。
No pointless chit-chat with Batara.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
努力いたします。
I will make an effort. Peace out. This was kind of horrible to read through. Oh, Batora. He needs to learn how to read the room. Do you think Umineko would be shorter if in this moment Batora is a little softer and smarter? Probably. If he like actually had a little bit more sympathy and actually could read the room a little better, you know, that'd be perfect. But maybe he'll learn from this, you know, maybe he'll finally understand. She's so cute, right? Right. Beato's short temper, peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies scattered and disappeared. My god, what a line to read. I hate you. After that, only Ronove and the scent of the black tea were left.
なんだか俺が怒らせたみたいで気分が悪いぜ。
I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something. You think?
ご自覚があられるようですので、これ以上申し上げることはございませんよ。
As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more. Even Ronove gets it, man.
ちょっと待てよ。
Wait a sec.
とどめを刺したのはお前だろうが。
Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow?
はって何のことやら。
My, what could you mean by that?
お砂糖とミルクはいかがですかな。
How would you like some sugar and milk?
ミルクだけでいいぜ。
Just milk will be fine.
あとお茶菓子も欲しいな。
And some tea snacks would be nice too.
クッキーが焼けるにはまだ時間がかかりますよ。
Well, it will be a little longer before the cookies are ready.
チャカの代わりがあるって言ったぜ。
Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack?
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
ご清聴をいただけるのでしたら続きをお話しいたします。
If you will listen quietly, I will continue the story. I want to hear it from her though, not from you.
ホムンクルスがなんとかって言ったな。
She said something about oh my god, I cannot say this word. What is it with this word? Homunculus.
一応は知ってるぜ。
Huh. I know a bit about
あ
that.
れだろ
It's that thing, right?
錬金術だかで作り出せ人造人間のことだろ
A manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Yeah, I think I have to start saying the word differently because I want to say it I don't know. It's difficult for me. I don't know. Okay, at least I'm saying it correctly when I do get it.
はい。
Yes.
お嬢様の魂はホームクルスに閉じ込められ、再び赤子となって生を受け、この世に蘇ったのです。
Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus and she was revived in this world, receiving life again as a baby. Baby?
しかし、赤子でございますから、
However, because she was a baby,
金蔵様が愛を語ろうとも、それは無駄なことでございます。
any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless. You know, not only useless, but also very weird.
まさか
You aren't saying
じい様はその赤ん坊をこの隠し屋敷に
that grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden
同
mansion
じ年に成長するまで閉じ込めたってのか。
until it grew to reach the same age she'd been.
はい。
Oh my god. Oh no. No, 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 no. Why is it worse than I actually thought? No, wait. I was like, oh, maybe he was taking like orphans from the Fukuin house and like putting her soul into them. Like as they were already like the right age, which is like fucked up because he's like dead old. But like, this is... Oh no. I want to take a screenshot. I need to read this over and over again. This is so messed up. However much you hate Kinzo, it's not enough. Oh no, don't worry. I'm expecting it to get worse. I just wonder why. No, I don't know. Why a baby though? Like, couldn't you have, I don't know, not summoned a baby?
そのまさかでございます。
Correct. That is what I'm
し
saying.
かし、魂は同じといえど、人間の魂はその器に強く影響を受けます。
However, while her soul was the same, a human spirit is strongly influenced by its container.
お嬢様はかつての記憶をすべて失われ、ごく普通の人間の少女として成長されました。
Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up as a very normal human girl.
それが、そこのガーデンチェアに座ってるベアートだってのか。
And you're saying that's the Beato sitting in the garden chair?
はい、
Yes,
その通りでございます。
that is correct.
まさに瓜二つに成長なされました。
It grew to be completely identical.
しかし、魔女としての力は持ち合わせておりません。
However, it did not possess her power as a witch.
あくまでも人間としてのお嬢様なのです。
Milady was completely human. Oh my god, this is bad. This is really bad. Beato, who was sitting in the garden chair looking up at the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was. The meaning of those words was finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she had lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, or why she lived shut up in there. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Why don't I change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. Then he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then, no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care, but maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. Well, obviously not. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. Those words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. If you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beato cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuadorian was it? Kuadorian. There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something she just fabricated on the spot?
六軒島の森の中には、
Here we
ク
go.
ワドリアン
Oh
と
my
いう
god.
隠し屋敷が実在します。それが今、話をしていた場所です。
A hidden mansion called Kuadorian does exist in the forest of Rokenjima. That is the place we were just talking about. There we go. I like how he's trying to deny that because he was like, oh yeah, there's more than 18 people on this island, right? But if he denies that there is any place that they could be, like, what are you doing, Batara? You're denying your own theory. Thanks, Ron. Huh? Red. Runove used the red to say that Kuadorian actually existed. Did that mean the same thing as the red Beato used?
これでも悪魔の端くれでございますので、
I may not look it, but I am a demon.
お嬢様には内緒にしてくださいね。
Please keep this a secret from my lady, yes? Sure. Beato, who knew I would try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Runove could also use the red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. Didn't he use red before? Oh no, it was one of the 7 stakes that used red. He wasn't confused about that. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some kind of hint out of it.
このクアドリアンの庭でくつろいでるベアトとさっきのじい様との会話は真実なのか？
So that Beato relaxing in the garden of Kuadorian and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth?
はい、真実です。
Yes, it is the truth.
かつて
In the past,
実際にこの場所でお二人はこのような会話をなされました。
the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place.
助かるぜ。
Thanks a lot.
さらに赤で頼む。
I'll ask for some more red.
あいつホムンクルスから生まれたなんて言いやがったが、
You said she was born from a homunculus.
そんな非科学的な魔法的存在実在するのか？
But does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist?
その問いかけにはお答えできません。
I am unable to answer that question.
理由はステイルメイトになるからでございます。
After all, doing so would cause a stalemate.
ステイルメイト？
A stalemate?
なんだそりゃ。
What does that mean?
チェスの用語で千日手のパーペチュアルと同様に
It's a chess term referring to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check,
それ以上のゲーム進行が不可能になる宣言です。
any further progress in a game becomes
こ
impossible.
れは千日手とは正反対で
This would be the opposite of an endless repetition of
指
moves,
し手がなくなるある種の手詰まりの状態を指します。
because all moves would disappear, and it would bring about a kind of a
パー
deadlock.
ペチュアルに同じでチェスではこれを引き分けにしております。
In chess, this would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would.
ただしお嬢様とバトラ様のゲームでは引き分けがございません。
However, there can be no draws in the game between you and
で
Milady.
すのでステイルメイトになる質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
Therefore, I'm unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate.
よくわからねえこと言って煙に巻いてるが。
You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible
つ
stuff.
まりホムンクルスなんて魔法的存在が実在するって赤で言えないからごまかしてるだけなんだろ？
But simply put, you're trying to dodge the question because you can't use the red to say something magical like a oh my god, I can't say it too fast. Homunculus exists, right?
仮に私が赤で魔女は実在すると言ったらバトラ様はどういたしますか？
If I were to say in red that a witch exists, what would you do, Batara-sama? Anyone is saying moo. Hello, Shinsua, welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. It's nice to see you.
それを信じるか信じないかで俺たちは大喧嘩してるんじゃねえかよ。
Whether or not I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right?
それを言われちまったら身も蓋もないぜ。
If I was told that point blank,
ゲームオーバーだ。
it'd be game over.
魔女は存在すると赤で申し上げたならバトラ様には反論の余地がありません。
If I said a witch exists in red, you would have no room for
し
argument.
かしバトラ様はその理由が示されない以上 それを受け入れないでしょう。
However, since the reason would never have been made clear to you, Batora-sama, you probably wouldn't accept it.
しかし赤で語られる以上反論の余地もなく証拠も示されない。
However, after being told that in red, you would have no room for argument and would not have been shown any proof.
この場合バトラ様は
In this
敗
situation,
北を認められないにもかかわらず反論の手がなく手詰まりとなってしまいます。
even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you would have no way to make a counter-argument and it would become a deadlock.
チェックメイトされていないにもかかわらず次なる指し手が存在しない。
Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves left.
バトラ様が次の一手を打てない以上お嬢様に手番が回ってくることはなく
Since you would not be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn.
ゲームはそこで永遠に止まってしまう。
And the game would stop there for all eternity.
その結果お嬢様があなたを屈服させることもできない。
As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit.
これが手詰まりの状態です。
That would be a deadlock situation.
それを回避するため
In order to avoid
こ
that,
のような形になるご質問には赤でお答えすることができないのです。
I'm unable to answer questions of this nature in red. Your vocal stim just dropped. I'm like 100% sure that Satoshi used the same mu. So it's just Ryukishi reusing things that other characters say. Morning, well enough. Time for work, sadly. Oh no. Well, it's a Friday. You have the weekend ahead at least. But I hope it goes well. Hope the work day is very short. Also, hello, Zero. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Beato set herself up there because she knows Batra has to reject her because that's the terms of their game.
早い話が身も蓋もない質問は禁止だとそう言いたいわけだな。
So, to say it quickly, you're saying point-blank questions are prohibited?
まあそりゃそうだよな。
Well, that's true, I guess.
赤で魔女は実在するって言われちまったら俺は花からお手上げだぜ。
If I were told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start.
ご理解いただけて助かります。
I'm pleased that you understand.
他の形の質問でしたらご協力できるかと思いますよ。
I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form.
奴がはぐらかした復唱要求には答えられるか。
Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I told her to repeat it?
この島の人数だ。
About the number of people on this island? Batara, I don't care about that. I want to listen to her backstory.
お嬢様が保留されている復唱要求にももちろん答えられませんよ。
If Milady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond.
お嬢様の家具でございますので出過ぎた真似はできかねます。
As Milady's furniture, and I am unable to be too forward. Hello, Aki. Welcome in. Also, hello, I Stole the Pies. Hi, hi. Yeah, it's episode 3. I don't know what chapter we're on. Probably 2 or 3? I don't know. Hard to tell. Don't know if I made an exaggerated gesture trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless.
一瞬でも使えるやつと思ったのによ。
Just when I thought you might actually be useful.
諦めて他の質問を探すか。
I'll give up on that and search for a different question.
そうだ。
That's right.
大事なことを確認するのを忘れてた。
I was forgetting to check something important.
これはベアとの思い出話なんだろ？
This is a story about Beato's memories, right?
いつの話なんだ？
When did it happen?
まさか現在ってことはないだろ。
It couldn't be happening right now, right?
はい。
Correct.
ここは1967年の世界。
This is the world of 1967.
19年前の世界でございます。
The world of 19 years previous. Okay. Wait, what year are we on? Are we... I thought we were in 19... 87. 86. I thought it was 87 for some reason. Or is Higurashi 87? Oh my god, I forgot the dates. Ah, I don't remember. What year was Higurashi set in again? Hold on. '83. Wow, I'm wrong in all accords. Awesome. Okay, I totally thought it was 87. I was like, wait, shouldn't it be 20 years? No, never mind. It's all good. Okay. Let's try rearranging the story again. Did I take a screenshot of that? Yeah, okay. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person called Beatrice. Then he confirmed her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her. But she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, and probably committed suicide. And then her soul was put in a homunculus and... No, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret it, that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. What does posthumous mean? I'm sorry, I have to look that up. Arising, occurring, or continuing after one's death. Okay. 昭和58年 昭和 58. Okay. Grandfather must have believed that her soul had been placed in a new physical body. And might have thought that the child was the reincarnation of Beatrice. That means at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. Well, she wouldn't be too old to still exist. I'm starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. The only thing we can say for sure in red
1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に人間としてのベアトリーチェが存在した。
is that in 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice existed as a human. At least I think I said that. That was one of my theories, that a human Beato did exist at some point. So, I wasn't entirely wrong. Wow! Woohoo!
それだけだ。
That's all.
その通りでございます。
That is correct.
1967年の六軒島の隠し屋敷に人間としてのベアトリーチェ様が存在した。
In 1967, in a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, Beatrice-sama existed as a human. Okie dokie.
Oh, thank you. 助かるぜ。
Oh, thank you. That really helps.
おめでとうございます。
Congratulations.
これでバトラ様の19人目の駒はその存在がはっきりしました。
With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person.
バトラ様が熱望された18人以外に罪をなすりつけられる19人目の人間。
A 19th human for you to blame just as you longed for. Come on. Even if that's true, you can't possibly blame her. Like, first of all, I don't believe that she committed all these murders. But also, even if she did, even if that human Beato that still might be wandering around the island, even if she did do that, you know what? I can't blame her. At this point, he deserves having his entire family taken from him again. Even though these people have done nothing wrong. I can't blame her. Like, get your revenge. Do what you have to do. Human Beato existing was one of your theories, yes. Hehe. I haven't updated the document, but I have been keeping track of most of your theories. Okay. Good. 19th person he can finally blame the person who's actually the perpetrator. Like, he can't... okay, that was only a joke. But, like, he can't possibly try to blame her and not feel bad about it, you know? He feels bad about blaming his entire family and servants and, you know, even himself. But he can't blame it on someone who's basically raised to be Kinzo's love interest from a baby age, possibly. And even if that's not true, and even if he just, like, kept her in captivity or a child of hers, like, that's messed up. You can't blame that person for these murders. You don't want to see them as a perpetrator. I don't know if I could. I would feel so bad. I can't. I can see the motive, but still, like, I don't know. I would feel too bad to be like, yep, you're the murderer. It's all your fault. I couldn't do it.
いかなる罪をもなすりつけることのできる
No.
生贄の羊
A sacrificial sheep upon which you can shift the blame of any crime.
それがお嬢様とは実に愉快
How amusing that it happens to be my lady. With the story of Higurashi in my mind, she can't possibly be to blame. Like, he's making it very obvious that she can't possibly be to blame for this. Ronove laughed indiscreetly. Somehow, I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing along with him.
そうだ
That's right.
ローザおばさんは言った
There's that thing Aunt Rosa said.
ベアトリーチェは死んだ
Beatrice is dead?
私が殺した
I killed her.
どういう意味なんだ
What did that mean?
それは私の口から語るよりも実際に顛末をご覧になった方が早いでしょう
As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listening to me tell you.
少々時計を進めましょう
Let us advance the clock a little more. Ronove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? I quickly realized that it was someone else. Oh boy. It was her. That oldest sister of the 7 stakes, who loved tormenting me more than her 3 meals a day. If I don't consider myself lucky to see... to see that sexy ass, I won't be able to keep up with her torture game.
ロノウェ様
My god. Oh my god. I was like expecting a totally normal sentence and then he brings this out. I can't. I can't take this man seriously. Yeah? It's not the mood. The ass Nesans. Oh my god. They must have a nice ass if he keeps talking about them this way. We'll never know, we'll never know. It's only fair if he also says that Ronove has a sexy ass. He should... Ronove should be wearing this uniform so we can rate the ass. I want to know Batara's opinion on Ronove's ass. Yeah, he's like a Zen master, kind of. Okay, there's gonna be an ad break in a little bit. So I'm gonna start it now, and I'll be back in 3 minutes. I kind of feel like this can't keep going on for much longer, right? I must be close to the end of some part of the chapter at the very least. I feel like we've been reading a lot, so I want to try reading a tiny bit more and see if we can finish whatever this is. It's quite a while, I think. Oh. I'm thinking. We're close to the end of the specific part. Okay. I'll take that. Even if it's not the end of the chapter. I'll take close to the end of the specific part. It'll be over an hour. Oh boy. Oh. Okay, no, if it's gonna be over an hour, I don't wanna... There's a natural break. Oh my god. Blah, 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 blah. Rosa's explanation takes a while. You know what? I'm gonna look for someone to raid then. I don't wanna have to rush myself. I am feeling a little bit hungry, and if it's gonna take a little bit longer, then I'll leave it for Sunday. It's not that long. We can wait until Sunday, I'm sure. Oh, I can raid Rice. Unbelievable things are happening. Oh my god. What a day. Look at that. I can start a Rice raid. Oh, there's gonna be an ad break. Okay. I think it's okay. The last time I tried to keep going, it took a long time for it to end. So I think this is a good point to stop anyway. But yeah, thank you for stopping by, everyone. I think this was really fun. I already went almost half an hour over stream time anyway, so I think it's only fair to end it here. Oh, and there's also an ad break now. That's okay. I'm really hungry, so I'm gonna get a snack too, and we'll continue this on Sunday. Thank you for being here, everyone. I really enjoyed it. And thank you for stopping by. And I hope you have a good weekend, and I'll see you on Sunday. Hello, Noelle, and goodbye, Noelle. Thank you for being here, everyone. Bye-bye.